All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry for the delay as we get settled in and situated. I want to welcome you to this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We will call the meeting to order. And just as we begin, before we have our roll call and our pledge, again, a couple of reminders. Face masks covering both the nose and the mouth are required throughout the meeting. So please, if you would, keep those up there. That would be awesome. If not, if it slips, and I know sometimes it's hard, I certainly know it's uncomfortable, I would just give you a reminder, certainly respectfully, because I want us all to be able to be engaged and enjoy. That's for my colleagues as well. That will happen. And also, when it comes down to public comment, again, a reminder, whether it's public comment for specific agenda items or whether it's public comment for non-agendized items, just a reminder that the Nevada Open Meeting Law, certainly, which we want to completely be in compliance with, does limit public comments to no personal attacks, no profanity, and so on. And it's all on your card, so you all have it. As a reminder, we have gotten away from some level of civility, I think, as a whole. And so we just want to remind people, certainly come up, share your views, share your comments. We certainly want to hear it and have proven we will be at meetings till 2 o'clock in the morning if that's what it takes. And we will certainly continue to do that. But we're going to ask you just to please just be respectful and refrain from personal attacks. Or I'm just going to remind you that we need to stay appropriate. And again, make sure your public comments are on the agenda item. And if not, I'll remind you of that as well, so we can go forth in an orderly manner. Okay, so thank you, everybody. I certainly appreciate that. I'll say that in advance. Okay, we're going to turn it over to our clerk, Dr. Nicolette, for our roll call.
All righty then. Jeff Church.
Here.
Ellen Minetto. Here. Diane Nicolette here. Joe Rodriguez. Here. Beth Smith.
Here.
Angie Taylor.
I am here.
And our new and welcome student, Ivy Batmal. Wonderful. Welcome. All right, we are all here. We're ready.
That means we have a quorum then, huh?
Yes, we do.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and stand for the pledge, and we're going to ask student trustee Ivy to lead us in the pledge on today.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you to our student trustee. Okay, we're going to go to our consent agenda items. Consent agenda items today, we're looking at items 2.02 through 2.20, 02 through 20. And we all know what the explanation, these are considered routine in nature. And so I will ask either for a motion to approve the consent agenda in its entirety, or ask if any of my colleagues would like to pull any for consideration. Trustee Church?
I'd like to pull a few, please. 2.04 and 2.05, which could be heard together. 2.17, 2.19, and 2.20. And I just, for the most part, I don't need staff. I just have a few questions or comments I'll be making on those.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. Nicolette?
Yes.
Your light's on.
Oh, hello.
Oh, okay. All right, and then before we make any motion at all on this, we're going to have a public comment. Unless there's public comment on those items that have been pulled, then we'll consider them at that time.
Roger Edwards for agenda items 2 and 2.06.
2.02?
No, 2.2.
Oh, just 2.2. Hang on, let me
Wait.
Hang on.
I'm sorry.
There is no 2.2.
2, not 2 point anything. Your agenda does not have the correct steps.
Oh, just, okay, well, hang on, wait, I don't want to get in your 3 minutes yet, so hang on. I just want to make sure I know what you're here for agenda item 2, just agenda item 2, period, yes. And what else, JJ?
Well, I got
2.06.
And 2.06. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Edwards. Welcome, sir.
I've been a president of many meetings, many boards, 48-year resident. Some of you know my history, but I've been in charge of hundreds of these meetings. Your agenda has to say approve of the agenda, and it does not. It approves past agendas. It has to approve this one before you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Edwards.
want me to do 06 at the same time?
Please, sir. What, the clock's still running? It's running. Yeah.
Actually, I should have had 04, 05, and 06.
Okay, 04 and 05 will come up individually, so just go right to 06. I mean, you can take them now if you want to.
I don't care.
It's up to you. It's your time.
That's fine.
Your time's running, so.
Well, no, I need time for each one of them, or I'll sit back down if that works better.
Well, no,
for
you get the consent agenda is one item, and so your comments on 2.04, that will be considered individually. Do we get all those comments now? Council, how's that?
So consent agenda is one item, so if it's not pulled, then you just get to comment once for 3 minutes on the 17 items or 20 items, whatever it is.
That-
Oh, I'm sorry,
Because
then
of
I
their
didn't write
routine
down what
nature.
As I thought.
Trustee
So,
Trust pulled.
let me just pause the clock for a minute. Mr. Edwards, let me make sure you're clear, okay? So you want 2.0, you want to make comments on 2.04, 2.05, and 2.06. Am I correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay, so 2.04 and 2.05 have been pulled for individual consideration.
Okay.
So those comments you can save, and you can have those comments at that time.
Okay, I'll
So
do
this
that.
time, this first 3 minutes was for agenda item 2 and agenda item 2.06.
All right.
Okay, there
All
you
right.
go. Your clock continues, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay, well, I don't have 15, not even a minute. Donations for 206 are information regarding donations made by Intuit in the amount of $100,000. Are you going to explain what that donation, strings were tied to that donation so we know whether we need to complain about it or not? That's not a $20 donation. That's serious money. We need to know what's tied to that donation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
John Eppolito for 2.18.
2.18. Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I have 2 kids left in the district, and I'm a former K-12 teacher. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. Yes, our numbers are growing rapidly, probably because of this board. And you could also find us on protectnevadachildren.org. That website is about Infinite Campus and the issues with Infinite Campus. The incredible amount of negative issues with Infinite Campus. 2.18, employees, arrest, charge, conviction, crime. The reason I keep bringing this up is because the board never mentions it. And what this is this Reno Gazette-Journal article titled, Washoe County School District Counselor Suspended After Arrest for Child Pornography Charges. Victims could be local children. I understand that you cannot talk about personnel issues, but why is it that you guys one of your counselors can be arrested and it never comes up at a board meeting? Kids, he had access to kids. He had access to kids' Infinite Campus account. He had access to kids' counseling tab in Infinite Campus, which parents don't have easy access to, but this child molester did. This is something that the board needs to address. And I don't know, I guess it's just a can of worms for you guys, just like many things. The reason our Facebook page has grown so much, and now with the resignation today, you guys are just messing up on so many levels. It's amazing to me. And the attorney can sit there and it's like nothing matters. Superintendent, where are you guys? It's just infuriating that you can sit there like nothing's happening. There's a lot happening and there's a lot wrong with the district. And this is only one of the things. And did you guys know? Had he been arrested before? Did you guys just miss it? Maybe it was the first time he got arrested. Maybe he became active because of Infinite Campus, because he had access to that counseling tab. Maybe he found victims in Washoe County School District. According to the Reno Gazette-Journal, that was possible. Do you guys know anything about what I'm even talking about? That's why it's so frustrating.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
Oh, you're welcome.
Bev Stengen for 2.01 and 2.02.
Welcome, Ms. Stingeon.
So I do not think we should approve any minutes. That's what I'm talking about here today because of the Jackie Calvert issue. She was fraudulently on your board. I'd like to know how many of you were aware that Jackie Calvert did not live in the district that she was supposed to represent for over 2 years. Isn't that special? You're so big on rules, Angie. Pull your mask up over your
Ms.
nose.
Stingeon, there will be no personal attacks. I mentioned that before. We're going to stick with that, okay?
Okay, all
Thank
right.
you. I appreciate it.
But because you are so big on rules here, shouldn't the rule be you need to live in the district that you represent? So this is why this group of people are so passionate. You refer to us as a mob. That's what the newspaper calls us. People that are in their 60s, 65 years old. Do we look like a mob to you? We're professional people. Jackie Calvert was elected to start her term in 2019. She only lived 1 month at her home in that district before she moved. And I can't believe that no one on this board knew. Jeff Church is the only one that should be here today. He's the only one that has stood up for us. He told Attorney Rombardo and Angie over a month ago. And you guys basically told us it was not your job to follow up on where Jackie lives, even though we had all kinds of evidence. We even knocked at her door, and she answered the door where she currently lives outside of the district.
Can you stay on the agenda item, please, Ms.
Yes, so
Stingeon?
that's why I don't believe we should approve the agenda. And so both, I think, Attorney Rombardo and Angie needs to resign. Jeff Church should be made president immediately. He's the only one that cares about this community and our
Ms.
students.
Stingeon, I just need you to stay on the agenda item. if you
So
would, please.
I, again, do not approve the agenda items. This is a fraudulent use of our taxpayer money. It's an ethical violation. We are going to be filing lots of complaints, and that is why we don't want to approve the agenda. And Angie, I ask you to resign, and Attorney Rombardo, I ask you to resign.
Ms. Stingeon, thank you very much.
James Bentham.
Mr. Benson? Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. James M. Bentham for the record. I'll be speaking about the minutes.
Mr. Benson, can you pull the mic down a little bit so we can hear you a little better?
Oh,
Thank
so-
you.
sorry.
Thank you. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, James M. Bentham for the record. I'll be speaking about the minutes. I did receive a press release concerning Jacqueline Calvert. She was elected to the school board trustee to represent District F, at-large community, term starting January 2019. During the election process of 2018...
Mr. Benson, I'm going to ask you to stay on the agenda item, please, sir.
Okay, well, if she wasn't living at an address in the appropriate district, then she shouldn't be a trustee during the meetings. So I'm requesting that the minutes not be approved. And I would like to continue with this press release concerning this issue to inform you about the issue.
No, Mr. Benson, for public comment, you just need to stay on the agenda item, sir.
Well, I'm
But you
talking
can
about
you can certainly do that
the
at
minutes.
general public comment.
and
you can speak.
who's listed in the minutes.
I understand that, but the agenda item is just on approving the minutes or not. So just your comments just need to be about approving the minutes or not. Sir.
Okay, so
but you
we
can
shouldn't
certainly make any
approve
other
the
comments you want
minutes
to during the general
based on
public
this
comment.
information. Thank you.
Thank you. You can make any comments you want during the general public comment period. Though.
Fred Simon.
It's Dr. Simon, I believe, correct, sir?
It's Fred
Yes.
Simon, Dr. Simon, whatever you want to call
Welcome,
me.
sir.
So you're sitting here telling us that we are making comment about an issue, and we can't go on to reasons why we don't want to approve the minutes. Is that what you're saying? So that is on the agenda item. These minutes should not be approved because you had a board member who was part of those minutes that was illegally participating. And if not illegally, it was unethical. Now, you keep correcting people who are making points, and I'm going to make a point, Ms. Taylor. You are very active in correcting everybody on this board about process and protocol. It is a fact that we know that you were friends with Ms. Calvert. More likely than not, within reasonable medical probability, ethical probability, any probability, you knew where she lived. The only way to get to the bottom of this is the attorney knew, you knew. We'll do it through the Las Vegas bar. I'm going to file an ethical complaint against your attorney, and I'm filing an ethical complaint against you, and we'll find out the information. In regards to this, these minutes should not be approved based upon that knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Simon.
Shannon Coley.
Welcome, Ms. Coley.
Hi. I wasn't going to come here and talk about this, but I don't approve of the minutes either because Jacqueline Calvert hasn't lived in her district for 2 years. So anything that she has participated in the past, her votes getting Joe Rodriguez in, her votes getting Beth Smith in, how do they count now? How is this legal? How are they sitting here? How is this happening? How can this go on? I don't understand how you guys aren't addressing this issue. You said nothing when you took the role, nothing talking about Jackie Calvert and what happened. Not a word, not a word. You need to take responsibility and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to go on to look at, with the pleasure of the board, considering consent agenda items 2.02, 2.03, 2.06 through 2.16, 2.18, and 2.18. Looking for a motion to approve if that is the pleasure of the board.
I just have a question.
Sure.
Could we ask legal to just address the issues of the minutes in view of what's transpired here?
Meaning if it's, go a little further.
Is there any legal reason we couldn't approve the minutes?
I think should we pull that from the consent and have a conversation, because that's a question about an agenda item.
Just a week.
That, so can we just answer that question? Is that, we'll just ask that question instead of pulling it? Okay.
I'm unaware of her status except for her resignation today. That's not true. And thank you for sharing our attorney-client privilege conversation with others, where I specifically told you it was the Attorney General's responsibility. And but that being said, I'm unaware of any law that requires us to withdraw the minutes. She sat here as a trustee. We had no knowledge of her residence. I've never been to her home. Have you? Okay, so then it is what it is. There's no law that prevents it.
Does that address that, Trustee Church? Thank you. Okay, so back to, and I think that was very, very fair question asked. So thank you. I was going to ask them on the break. Okay, again, looking for the board's desires for agenda, board pleasure of the board for agenda items 2.02, 2.03, 2.06 through 2.16 and 2.18. We have a motion by the Vice President. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Smith. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, motion is carried. Let the record show it is 6-0. We will go to any questions or whatever you have, and thank you for that. Let the record show it is unanimous. To agenda item 2.04, I believe, Trustee Church. Are there questions from this, or what is it that you'd like to?
Certainly.
Get your mic on, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So basically, as I understand it here, a decision was made by the board president to appoint the two new, for the record, the two new trustees to these positions. I think I haven't had time to look at this policy. I just found out today that there is one, but I think it needs to be readdressed. I think that there should be a call for all trustees that want to be on those committees to apply. I was not given that opportunity. I didn't know about this until the agenda came out, last Thursday, and it took me a little while after that because of email problems to even pull it up. So to have the board president make these decisions on who's going to be on what, I have a background involving regional planning. I'm probably the only one that's read the actual regional planning document that came out, and I would have liked to have served on that committee. And I don't know that it matters, but I have seniority on the board, and I think it's irrelevant that the person selected is replacing the same district, because this is not a district issue, it's a regional issue. So I just want to put on the record that I think that this should be a board decision, not a board president decision, and that we might want to reevaluate the policy.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I'm going to address that. It's actually the board president's job to nominate. It is a board decision to appoint. So I want to make that very clear. It is a board decision to appoint. It is the board president to nominate. And I made the decision because we have just a handful of months left. They are annual terms. We have a handful of months left. And so for those trustees that stepped in midterm to fulfill the year, really to fill the positions for those who are vacated, that seemed like the best thing to do to slide them in. You aren't the only one on the board who has planning experience, by the way. I've also found that out. So it wasn't a function of that. It was a function of they stepped into those roles. Let them step fully into those roles, because we only had to talk about a handful of months. And in at least one of these cases, they meet every quarter. So in some cases, we're talking about one, maybe two meetings. And then at the beginning of the year, whomever the new president is can make nominations and engage whatever interest and do whatever they like. And then at that point, it still comes back to the board, because the board decides, not the president. I think it's really important, because so many people think the president makes all these decisions when really the board decides. Okay? So that's the response to that. Anyway, you have your light on, sir?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. So when it's not listed in the minutes or the attachments that I could find, when does this appointment end?
Committee assignments are annual. Committee assignments are annual, every calendar year.
Calendar year.
Every calendar year, and not school year, every calendar year.
And at the new calendar year, the same procedure, essentially the board president.
Absolutely, the board president makes nominations.
I want Joe Smith or John Smith.
The board president makes recommendations, nominations, or most of the time it's recommendations. Nominations is, I think, is going a little too far. Makes recommendations, and then they always come back to the board, and then the board can always decide.
Thank you for that clarification. I still think it needs to be looked at, because I think it should go out for applications.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Church. Any other comments? I do see we have a public comment card.
Were these items open together?
Yes.
Okay.
That was actually the request of Trustee Church when he asked for them.
Janet Butcher.
Welcome, Ms. Butcher.
For the record, I am identifying as Martha Washington today. First of all, I'm just going to do this little quip. Isn't this hat just as ridiculous as this mask? It is said that I am quoted for saying, "I am determined to be cheerful and happy in whatever situation I may find myself." I can certainly tell you that I could not be happy in this current tyrannical situation. If George weren't already dead, he would die of a broken heart to see that what he and others so fiercely fought for being destroyed. I picked 2 and 4.
Ms. Butcher, are we going to get around to the agenda item?
Yes, ma'am, if you
Okay.
will let me. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Certainly.
Dale Carnegie taught me to put things up front, and then, so, okay, thank you. I just started to say 2.04, 2.05, that your clarification today was interesting. It would have been nice if you had added that to the agenda. However, just because these people stepped into that role, why your explanation of 2 meetings or whatever, is it the best use of time? So in other words, let's just appoint somebody, a body, whether they're qualified or not. So, in closing, I will fold into that, and Angie will stop me. Please note that Friday, September 17th is deemed as Constitution Day to commemorate the formation and the signing of the U.S. Constitution by 39 brave and honest, and I underscore brave and honest
Ms.
men.
Butcher, I am going to ask you to bring it around if you would.
It was signed on September 17th. As a representative of the community, I trust that you made plans to honor and celebrate our great Constitution, and you'll be sharing those plans with us today.
Thank you, Ms. Butcher.
Roger Edwards.
Welcome back, Mr. Edwards.
Well, thanks. Sat up front so it wouldn't take me so long. I've got to go along with what Trustee Church said, of course. That's my concern. The president's job is to reflect the will of the group, not to establish any kind of precedent or any kind of procedures. And this item does not say that you let the board decide. It says that you approval of the appointment. You made the appointment. This board should have decided who to appoint, and then you brought it on the schedule, and then this group votes on it. Now, I've been president of many, many things, and this is just normal procedure that you're not doing, and that's 4 and 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Debbie Hudgens.
Is it Hudgens?
Hudgens, yes.
Hudgens. Welcome, Ms. Hudgens. Put the
Thank
mic
you.
down a little bit
Sure.
so we can hear you. Thank you.
I listened to your explanation, Ms. Taylor, about how you filled those positions, and it honestly didn't make sense. It sounded like a round robin. It's the board's position or duty to fill those, yet you made the decision. So I'm asking how you came about appointing Joe Rodriguez to the Board of Control of Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association, and also how you came about the appointment of Beth Smith. What did they have that you felt like made them the best candidate for that position without considering other people on the board who may have more experience? I understand time is of essence and you're trying to make the best use of a short period, but wouldn't that be with the best people in those positions? And are we sure that these two are the best? So we feel like that Jeff Church has a lot of experience and that he should have been considered for at least one of those positions. He also has the seniority. He's been here for longer than some of the others. So we would like to understand more about how you came to this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudgens.
Beth Stengham.
Welcome back, Ms. Stengham.
Thank you. Angie, I'm going to ask you not to chew while it's very distracting to see your mask go like this and to see you pop food in your mouth. But I do not think that it was a good idea to appoint Joe Rodriguez and Beth Smith because Jeff Church has far more seniority than they do. Beth and Joe are newbies. And we all know that when you appoint something, when something is on this agenda, I haven't seen anyone on this board stand up and have the courage to vote against you. They always vote all at once. It's always a vote of 6-1. And Jeff Church is the lone one out every time. So I don't trust, we all know that the board is going to vote your way. So that is why I think it is so wrong that you didn't at least give Jeff the respect that he deserves. He has a lot of experience. He has worked with construction and development for years. Surely you are aware of his work. He even has a website dedicated to it, Watchdog Jeff. He's watching our money, our taxpayers' money. And I think Jeff deserves the respect of at least being asked. He's the senior person here. And again, I'm going to call for your resignation. You both knew, Rombardo and Taylor knew about Jackie Calvert over a month ago, and you allowed her to attend the last board meeting. You knew where she lived.
You know I'm going to bring you back around. Thank you, Ms. Stangen.
Valerie Fiannaca.
Welcome, Ms. Fiannaca.
Thank you. I'm going to say ditto to Mr. Edwards. He almost verbatim said exactly what I was going to say, so I won't repeat it. And I also would like to thank Bev because I feel the very same way. I know that the truth is not being told here, and it's very, very alarming to me that it's not. I feel like I try to give you all as much respect as possible, and I'm very disappointed today that I don't feel that same thing coming back at us. Very disappointed.
Thank you, Ms. Fiannaca.
John Eppolito.
Welcome back, Mr. Eppolito.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. On 2.04, I think what I'm most frustrated about is ever since Trustee Church has been here, he's been treated like a leper. And I don't mean to say that you guys have to agree on everything. Heck, I don't agree with Jeff on everything. I probably agree with Nicolette on more things than I agree with Jeff on, but Jeff is not being treated with the respect that every board member should be treated with. Whatever Neil called Jeff out on, I don't even know what that was. But the problem is people are very frustrated. They're sick of what's going on. They don't trust you guys anymore. And no one mentions Superintendent McNeil enough. She's the maestro behind all of this.
Mr. Eppolito, no personal attacks, please, sir. If you can stay on the agenda item, that'd be great.
So when you guys silenced Jeff by taking off the comments at the end of the meeting, the board reports, then you silenced the public by taking off the initial public comments, what do you think is going to happen?
Mr. Eppolito, we're on agenda items 2.04 or 2.05, please, sir. Those are committee appointments.
Okay. So is there anybody you can appoint, or could you do the appointment differently? You picked two people. Jeff found out about it the same time the world found out about it. He's on the board. I'm guessing the other board members found out at the same. Actually, he was probably the last one to find out because he's not in leadership and he's not one of the two that was appointed to one of these positions. How can you let him be the last one to find out when he's on the board? Could you answer that question? It's on the agenda, Angie. I guess the answer is no. It's frustrating dealing with you people, and everybody's angry. I wish you would understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
You're welcome.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Thank you. So I know Andrew Cargari. He used to be a level director for Wisconsin Public High School. So I do support if. I love Cargari. I do support Joe Rodriguez to the NIAA because I do watch high school sport a lot. So and I don't see any board member who have experience in sports. That's really concerned about me. So the best solution is to appoint Joe Rodriguez to the NIAA because timing is very a problem here because we have a great recognition, including a board member, Cargari Christie, to resign, and very best way to appoint. I do in for the. I know I cannot talk on the agenda, but sometimes I do support Jeff Church, but not a lot. But I do appoint Joe Rodriguez at best, unless a board member who support or have a more experience in sport in NIA than him. So.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, looking for the pleasure of the board for agenda items 2.04 and 2.05. Trustee Church?
I'll wait for discussion on that motion.
Okay. Again, looking for the pleasure of the board. If it's the pleasure of the board to make a motion. Okay. Moved by Vice President Manetto. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Clerk Nicolette. Now we can have discussion. Trustee Church?
Thank you. I thought it was an excellent point that Mr. Edwards made, that it's on the agenda as approval of the appointment. I have had time to look at policy 9055, section 7, and it states to expedite the work of the board, the president has the responsibility to appoint board members to board committees, community committees, and outside agencies as specified in the Nevada Revised Statute with confirmation from the board. So it's what's happening today is appropriate in the sense it does comply with policy. I just think that we as board members need to maybe readdress that, because again, I don't think it's handled well. I think at a minimum, board members should be asked, hey, who wants to be on it? Rather than just do these appointments. And I also think it's probably inappropriate to put it under consent agenda, because everything gets approved. There's no discussion. It just goes under consent agenda. And if it is going to be confirmed by the board, there should be some discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Any further discussion? Yes, Trustee Rodriguez.
As a military guy in law enforcement, seniority is everything. So if Jeff would like to have my appointment, I'd be more than happy to forfeit that to Jeff if he wants it.
Actually, that's really the pleasure of the board. I mean, it's certainly that. I mean, that's my job is to make the recommendations of the appointments. The board cannot approve that appointment if they'd like to.
No, actually, your motion before you right now is you have a motion that you're discussing is to appoint Trustee Rodriguez to whatever this is, NIAA, thank you, and Trustee Smith as the liaison to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board. So that's your motion.
Okay. All right, that's the motion on the floor. So, any further discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none, we will take a vote. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries 6-1. Looks like 5-1. 5-1. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now to agenda item 2.17. Looks like that's the next one. Yes, 2.17. Trustee Church, you have questions?
Don't need just a comment.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, don't need staff. Thank you very much. So 2.17 deals with the confidentiality of employee records. As I've sat on the different committees, or the committee for the board policy committee, I've lost track. I think there's 3 different or 4 different policies I've seen so far that deal with confidentiality of complaints, of whistleblowers, of public records, of employee records. And this one, I just want to put on the record again, I'm concerned. Maybe they ought to be all consolidated. I find it very confusing to have so many different policies. And essentially the policies, including this one, make employee records completely confidential to the maximum degree possible allowed by law. And I'm a no vote on that, because I think things should be transparent to the public. We had a speaker that brought up an excellent example. Clearly your name, your address, your personal information, your social security number, that's all confidential. But disciplinary actions, at least to a generic extent, ought to be made public. And so I disagree with this policy.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Other comments? Okay, seeing none, looking for a motion for the board's consideration of agenda item 2.17, which is policy 4125. Moved by Vice President Manetto. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. Seeing no further discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is 5-1. 5-1. Go on to agenda item 2.19. This is staff, or do you just want to make some comments on this as well, Trustee Church?
Just comments, thank you.
Okay.
This is verbatim exactly my position as I stated at the last meeting when this came up for the time for review. This is the drug policy. I'm opposed to it because it's too generic. It does not discuss drug testing in any way, shape, or form, and it does not discuss what we do to help people that need help and to help them come out in advance to know that they can receive help. It's basically a drug policy that says thou shalt not do drugs that are illegal, And I've seen many drug policies, and this is just too vague. People need help. It's an addiction. It's a medical condition, addiction. And everybody in this room knows some family member or somebody that's been touched by addiction, and we ought to have a policy, not a regulation, a policy that the board comes up with in a public forum to offer these people help. So we don't throw them away like yesterday's garbage. We help them get treatment, do whatever it takes to be a productive member as an employee. And this is strictly on employees. So that's why I'm going to be a no vote on this. We need a policy that's inclusive, and we need drug testing. We know that drug abuse is rampant in the community, in the nation, and the threat of drug testing, as approved by the board, would be a good kick in the rear for some employees to seek help, as well as public safety, whether they're driving buses or teaching in a classroom or whatever. We don't want employees that are impaired by drugs. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I asked the superintendent to speak specifically to the, we want employees to know that they can get some help, because I said it's an illness. And I know that there's some things in the district that are in place, and I want, for the record, I don't want the public to think that there's nothing in place and people are just out there by themselves, because that isn't the case. So I've asked the superintendent to share what that might be.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. And so we have discussed this before, as far as we do have an employee assistance program, and that's handled through our Human Resources Department as well as through our wellness program. And employees have all the opportunity to reach out, and if it gets to the point where the administrator is working with the employee, then the EAP program is a program that we do offer to all of our employees.
Is that free of charge?
Thank you. Just again, for the record,
I'm sorry. You didn't know that. No, hang on. I just asked if that was free of charge, the EAP program. I think that's important. Is that?
It would depend on the services that the employee asks for.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Church.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I know that does exist. I just think it's a board policy decision. It should be made in a public forum at that level. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Other comments? Okay. Seeing none. Yes, Trustee Smith.
Yes, thank you. One thing that I did want to add that I was pleased to see that we did include in the revised policy is under section 6B, and that is we did improve the policy to read that the communication of the alcohol and controlled substance-free workplace policy to all employees, trustees, and volunteers to include the procedure in place when alcohol and controlled substance use is suspected. So I do believe that we did specifically add into this policy that testing is something that would happen if those substances are suspected, and now every employee will understand what those procedures are going forward, because that is something that I definitely agree with and I do believe is important. So that is represented in the updated policy.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Other comments? Okay, there is a motion on the floor for the board to consider approval of agenda item 2.19, which is board policy 4214. It is. Was there not a looking for a motion? My bad. Thank you. We were having discussion. I'm sorry. We were still in discussion. My bad. Thank you, JJ. You missed that one, Jeff. You're usually pretty good about that stuff. You missed
awesome,
it. I know. All right, looking for a motion, if that's the pleasure of the board, for approval of agenda item 2.19, which is the board policy 4214, drug-free workplace.
So moved.
Okay, I've got both of you, so I'm going to move by Trustee Rodriguez and seconded by Dr. Nicolette. We already had discussion. Seeing no more. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, let the record show the motion carries. It is 5 to 1. 5 to 1. Okay, then finally, agenda item 2.02. This is approval for we see what's on there. We see what's on there. Trustee Church, is this something that you have a comment, a question, you just want to make a comment?
I have a few questions for council, and I'm going to keep it very generic.
Okay. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
So I don't want to get into any issues with the actual motion, et cetera, but my understanding is that the cost to the district of this lawsuit is approximately $20 million, of which $10 million is interest.
That's correct.
It's not the cost of the lawsuit. Let's clarify that. It isn't the cost of the law. It's the cost of what's owed to right, to the county. Because if we say the cost of the lawsuit, it makes it seem like it's going to cost us $20 million to do the lawsuit.
No, I understand.
So,
Yes.
but that's what's at stake in the lawsuit. I
Thank
know
you.
that's what you meant. I just wanted the record to be.
Thank you. And then that actually ends up the next question. My understanding, the cost of an appeal is relatively minimal compared to the 20 million.
Yes, that's correct.
And then my understanding is that there's been no entry of order yet, and that we have 30 days from the entry of the order to actually issue the appeal.
Right. So once the entry of order happens, we'll do what's called a notice of appeal. Then the Supreme Court will accept it, and they'll issue basically a schedule.
And with that in mind, that's the only issue. We had very minimal time to get briefed on this. It's a very complicated issue. I think an appeal is probably the best option, but I think it might be better to wait until the order comes out and that we as trustees have more time to evaluate it, and that was my only concern.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. Nicolette?
Jeff, can you explain that a little further, the waiting? What does that get us?
Well, for one thing, well, maybe we'll have another full board of trustees, but without discussing anything that was said in confidence or in, legal, it was only about 10 minutes long, and I haven't had time to read the order. I haven't had time to look at the costs. I just don't see a need to rush into it today. But your question's valid. It's probably moot. Probably.
Okay, thank you to you both. Dr. Nicolette?
I hear you. More information also helps me. I guess part of my worry is, and maybe you can answer this and maybe not, and I understand if it's in a place where we can't address it right now, but at what point do the incline residents begin being paid?
They've already started being paid.
So if I might follow up, that's an excellent
Please,
question.
go ahead.
At what point do we start losing that money? At what point, even if we do appeal, does that money get withheld?
At the next offset. So how it works is the county collects, so this is the error, right? This is what I briefed you guys on multiple times, is the assessor goes out, assesses, the treasurer collects. They messed up on that. Sorry.
Thank you.
So that's where the error occurred in the overtaxation, right? And again, the district isn't saying that these people aren't entitled to the refund, but what's happening is they're now taking money from the school district to pay for their error. And so the point in that is we get money from the county at a certain rate. I believe it's quarterly. So at the next time we receive our funds, it'll be off. They'll start the offset.
And if we appeal it, would that put that on abeyance?
It doesn't. Our team is still discussing whether or not we want to file a motion for stay or not. It's a really technical decision that's left. So how it works is, in general, the decision to make these type of technical decisions rests with the lawyer with confirmation from the clients. Until our team has a better way, till our team reviews the law and does the research that's necessary, which we've started, we haven't decided whether or not we want to do the stay. There's strategic reasons to do it and strategic reasons not to do it. So.
That cover that, Trustee Church and Dr. Nicolette?
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
I would only suggest that we pass it now for one primary reason, is the board has a lot coming up, and we also have the holiday schedule, and I would hate for the order to come out and we're left with one meeting and we don't get a chance to vote on it. We only have one meeting in December. We have to now appoint a trustee. So there's just a lot going on. And when I put this on the agenda, I expected the notice of entry order to have already been entered. We are working collaboratively with the county on getting that done.
Okay, other comments? Okay, if not, looking for the pleasure of the board on agenda item 2.02. Yes, Trustee Smith? So moved. We have a motion to approve agenda item 2.02. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. We've had discussion. Is there any?
No, the individual pulled it.
Okay, all right. All right, then all those in favor of approving agenda item 2.02, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. It is 6-0.
And 5-1, and just for the record,
5-1? It was 6-0.
oh, 6-0, sorry.
It was 6-0.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I thought there was a no. But it was item 2.20, not 2.02.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that incorrectly? I stand corrected. 2.20. Yes, thank you. We want the record to be correct. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item 3.01. Washoe County School District Bridge Year Reporting of the 2020 to 2021 school year. Metrics related to the following goals and possible action to provide direction to update or revise associated 2021-22 school year response to recovery measurable outcomes as needed. Reminder, this is under Goal 4, provide and continuously improve operational systems that are effective, efficient, transparent, and accountable by using meaningful structures and processors. And I see several people before us. I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over. You're going to start with the superintendent? Okay, please go right ahead.
Thank you very much. And this will just be really quick, just to frame what we're beginning to do. So this is your strategic plan reporting, which is in part of board policy. And so this is our first one for this academic year. But to be very clear, the metrics that you all will hear today are dependent upon the 2021 school year when you all had adopted the Bridge strategic plan. So these metrics are related to the Bridge year of 2021, and then we'll move into our response to recovery strategic plan for this year, for 21-22. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Etchart.
Thank you. So Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So we are here for strategic plan reporting for a portion of Goal 4. And I'm going to be joined today by the individual operations department heads who will be presenting their individual measurable outcomes. So I won't go through the vision and mission statements that I know you are very familiar with, so I won't read them back to you since you basically helped create them. But I will move on to Goal 4, which is to provide and continuously improve operational systems that are effective, efficient, transparent, and accountable by using meaningful structures and processes. Now, with this pandemic, continuously improve has definitely been temporarily replaced with doing our absolute best to maintain the levels of service as best we can. The measurable outcomes that we will be providing today are, as Superintendent McNeil said, from last school year. And as we all know, nothing was easy about last school year. And you will see that reflected in some of our measurable outcomes, while other measurable outcomes were really not that negatively impacted. But regardless of the measurable outcome results, I can say that I'm absolutely honored to be working with this group of leaders who have tirelessly worked with their departmental staffs to keep providing the best operational support to their schools, to our schools as they can. The recurring theme with our response to recovery has predominantly been the challenges with staffing. Again, these measurable outcomes reflect last year. But at the board meeting on September 28th, we plan to provide you a current operations staffing update as part of the regularly scheduled COVID update. Unfortunately, similar to every major school district in the nation, I can tell you that the staffing situation has continued to deteriorate from the results you are about to hear for the 2021 school year. But I know this group, along with all the leadership team at Washoe County School District, will continue to look at every opportunity and solution that we can come up with. And we're talking to people nationwide to kind of come up with solutions. With that said, we're going to start off our strategic plan measurable outcome reporting with transportation. So objective 4.3, transportation, to provide safe and on-time delivery of students while focusing on workforce stability. I'm now going to turn this over to our new Director of Transportation, Mr. Scott Lee, who definitely has one of the most challenging positions in the district and is absolutely doing a fantastic job in a very difficult environment. And he's going to go through the measurable outcomes for transportation.
Thank you, Pete. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Lee, Director of Transportation. Oh, you already changed it. Good. All right. All right. So for our first metric, we have to provide consistent on-time delivery of students. And our target for that is 96.5. Where we came in was 95.7. So we came in slightly below that. We also, that data is incomplete. We had GPS service from August through January, and then we changed vendors. So while we were able to get GPS back on our buses quickly, we weren't able to measure their on-time delivery for the second half of the year. But still, that's the average that we came to. Some of the contributing factors that make things more difficult, as you are probably aware, the increased traffic on the roadways, the road construction, certain areas, North Valleys in particular, there's a lot of construction going on over there. Last year, there was a lot of construction going on in the Sun Valley area as they were installing sidewalks and doing a lot of work there. All of those impact our delivery time. Weather's also a factor, although up through January, it wasn't a huge factor. That usually comes a little bit later. And also the increased traffic at the school sites themselves. If you've ever tried to go drop a student off, it's very, very busy, so that can often create delays. I'm not sure if I should pause after each one for questions before moving on to the next one, or just continue on and...
I think continue on unless board members have questions. They'll turn their light on. I'll call upon them. So go ahead, Mr. Lee.
All right. 4.3.2, which is maintain and strive to increase transportation and safety. This is a measurement that's the number of accidents per 100,000 miles. Last year, we were at 1.58. Slight increase over the previous year. As far as total accidents, that was 88 total accidents. 57 of those, our driver was at fault. 31 of those, our driver was not at fault. In comparison to last year, we had 92 total accidents. So we had more total accidents last year, but we had 2 less at fault last year. So in recording this, we do look at Council of Greater City Schools for guidance on this particular metric. One of the things that's not clear is when to call something an accident. I mean, there's the obvious crashes on the side of the road, but when we have a mirror tap in a yard or we hit a trash can or run over a cone, is that considered an accident? It's going to be different by districts. We're considering that an accident because there's a cost associated with that we want to track. We want to know how much that cone cost. So we'll chalk that up to an accident. We will have incidents where there's costs that need to be tracked, but it's not going to be logged in there. That would be something like a piece of wood falling off of a truck and going through, cracking a windshield or something like that. That would not fall into this category, but would still be tracked. So many of these accidents, 29 of them occurred on district property. So that's schoolyards, or bus yards, school parking lots, any type maneuvering, and they were generally very minor. It's just the type maneuvering, trying to get around these areas with these huge buses. Some of the other contributing factors that I didn't list here, driver experience. That's a huge one. We had 16 drivers at fault accident with less than a year of experience on the road. In less than 2 years, we had a total of 37. So the majority of the accidents are being created probably due to lack of experience and these tight maneuvers. All right.
Go ahead, Trustee Rodriguez.
So say like those small accidents, like hitting a paddle marker or something like that, is that impacting calling those an accident where there's very minimal damage, is that impacting our insurance? Or is that points on a driver?
It can be points on a driver if it is something that could have easily been prevented. So that could result in any level of discipline from just simply a written warning or a counseling memo or retraining. Usually with any of these, there's an element of retraining. And at the end of the year, we look at the different types of accidents, and we try to focus our training, our annual refresher training, based off of those types of accidents. And we generally see a reduction in those types of accidents, but then they also increase somewhere else. So.
And then who's doing the investigation on these crashes? Is that our school police, or is that outside agencies, or who's doing that?
It depends who responds. I responded to one last week with an officer who's standing out front, so we both responded. Sometimes it'll be Reno PD. We had an accident on the highway. Nevada Highway Patrol was called. We had to move the bus off. It depends on the responding agency and the condition. If we have an accident on the highway, we're going to want anyone to respond as quickly as possible, whoever gets there first, basically. If it's on a school site, it'll be school police responding, more than likely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Smith?
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. So with the definition of accident, do we define ourselves what an accident is? Because I look at tree branches and trash cans in particular. Is that a definition that's put on us, or do we choose to call those accidents?
We choose to call those accidents because of the tracking of the cost and because they could be prevented. So in the event that there was a trash can that blew out in front of a bus that was already driving, we would not call that an accident. That would be an incident. We would track the cost accordingly. If a driver is making a turn and hits the trash can, it could have been prevented.
Okay. And then the same with tree branches?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Please go ahead, Mr. Lee.
All right. 4.3.3. Reducing annual driver allocation vacancies from 15% to 5%, or from 45 to 15. This is not a metric that we have measured in the past and reported on. We generally know what it is. I mean, it's something that we're aware of, but it's not something that we formally track until recently. So this is our baseline year. Right now, we're at, for last year, we're at 13.2%, which is running at an average of 40 open vacancies, open driver positions. That ranged, I believe we started the year about 42, and then slightly after that, in September, we were down to 31, and we closed the year with 55. So it's not a static number. So that's an overall average of it. That left us having to cover, on average, 42.6 daily routes. And we had to cover those with staff. We had to cover those through additional consolidation measures, and we had to cover those with substitute drivers. Last year, we did not hire very many people. We hired 46 drivers, and in a typical year, we'll hire between 70 and 75 drivers. Applications were not as high as they were in previous years. Sorry. The applications that we did have come through, we had a lot of problem getting those people even in to interview. What we found is they weren't qualified. We found when I don't know why they put in an application, but then we would call them back. They're not interested in it. They don't show up for an interview, or they show up for an interview, they are offered the position, accept it, come in for hiring paperwork, but they don't come in for hiring paperwork. They schedule the appointment and never show, or they just never return any calls. So it was very different from years previous, where people who are putting in applications actually are interested in the position. So we had a lot of those. Our overall scopes, our training scopes, they were very low, 2 or 3 candidates, and that was it, as opposed to what we would consider more normal, which would be around 10, 8 to 10 in that realm. So yeah, we hired 46 drivers last year, and only 40 of those completed the training. They stayed the whole time. We had some not complete the training, either through skills tests or things like that, and then others just quit showing up. They just left, decided it wasn't for them, and some of them told us, some of them didn't. PTAs, we hired, as pupil transportation assistants, we hired 10 last year. It's a low number. It's also a difficult position to fill. And the factors, just the change in the demographics of the applicants. Typically, one of the stronger applicants that we get is from the retired community. They're pulling a pension from somewhere else. They want to come back in. They want to give back to the community, and they would like to have some health insurance as well. They're a very reliable previous stream of new employees, and we haven't seen those. They fell off last year. There's also the competitive job market, as we're all aware, and there were the enhanced unemployment benefits. So those were all factors last year. A lot of those carry over to this year as well. On to 4.3.4. This is in regards to reducing our average absenteeism rates for both drivers and transportation aides from 11% to 5%, or from 38 to 17 employees. This again is our baseline year. 10.7 was our average absenteeism rate, which is 37.6 bodies, both drivers and PTAs. The breakdowns listed below with our average driver and PTA call-off, which would be 10 and 2.2. We also have leaves of absences and workers' comp claims. So some of these leaves, some of those on leave, they're a shorter term leave, maybe 2 weeks or something like that. They may be assigned a route that we have to cover. Others are longer term. They may have been out for a year or so. But that number is over, I'll just read, 13.4 LOAs, leaves of absence, who are assigned a route, 8.8 on average without a route, and 3.2 are usually out on workers' comp claims. In addition, last year we had employee exclusions, which was, there was a huge range there. Often we were running with 3 or 4 exclusions, but towards the peak in December, I remember totaling it up and we were out at 18 people at one point. So that definitely affects attendance. And we don't want our people coming in to work sick either. So if they're saying that they have symptoms or they're not feeling well, we want them to stay home. That again is carrying over to this year. And I believe that's all I have on that right now.
All right, thank you, Scott. And so we're going to now be moving on.
I'm sorry, we do have, Vice President Minetto has a question or comment.
I was wondering, thank you so much for this, by the way. I was just wondering how many employees, bus drivers, do we have? And ideally, how many do we want?
You're going to make me do math in my head. We have 303 bus driver allocations. We're currently about 50 short. So.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Oh, Trustee Smith.
And on that note, thank you very much, Vice President Minetto, for asking that question. So the follow-on would be thank you very much. You have been so responsive to all the questions that have come from me through the superintendent. Your team has been fantastic, and thank you very much for that hard work, especially in light of that information that Trustee Minetto very wisely asked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Just to be brief, one of my backgrounds is in recruiting, and I just want to say that there have been meetings between myself and staff, HR, and some senior members, and I believe we're on the right track to improving recruiting. Obviously, it's an area that needs improvement, so I don't want the audience to think that we are just doing the same old. I do think that staff's been responsive, and we had an excellent meeting, a month ago or so, and certain promises were made about what was going to be done and how we were going to proceed. So I just want the audience to know, as well as the other board members, that we're not just sitting on our hind legs going, okay, well, this is just the way it is. We are looking at it. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Okay, I think we're good now. Move ahead.
All right, thank you very much. And we're going to move on next to facilities management, which is successful, I can't speak today, completion of current and planned major capital projects, facility critical repair projects, and core school investment projects throughout the district to provide clean and healthy school environments with a focus on staffing stability. So Adam Searcy, our Chief Facility Management Officer, is here today to go through these measurable outcomes. And it's just hard for me to even fathom yet now that Adam is, based on some retirements and turnover, our most tenured department head in operations. It seems like he just got here, but at the same time, I know a lot of incredible things have happened in the last 5 years in facility management. So I will turn this over to Adam.
Thanks, Pete. Good afternoon, everyone. Adam Searcy, for the record, Chief of Facilities. So, and in the facilities department, we cover both capital projects and maintenance and housekeeping. So we have 3 different measurable outcomes here. I'll go through rather briefly. This first one, 4.4.1, refers to an acronym FCIS. Sometimes you'll hear us refer to it as FICUS. Stands for Facility Condition Index System. So this is basically our asset management database. It's a tremendous database where we have cataloged the majority of our facility assets. So think flooring, roofs, boilers, air conditioners, windows, the whole system within a building. We know what we have in each building, how old it is, and the approximate cost to replace it. That way we're able to best manage and prioritize our work by a principle of worst first. We're not running around putting out fires. We're trying to prioritize the systems of greatest need. And so a very common industry facilities management sort of best practice metric is this FCI or FCIS ratio, which is basically your critical needs, assets which have been termed to have exceeded their useful life and are no longer serviceable. Sometimes you'll get 30 years out of a piece of equipment that was intended to last 20, and that's great, and we're not throwing it away after 20 just because it still works. But sometimes at 20 or 25 or wherever, it's broken and in dire need of replacement. That category of asset is what really goes in the numerator, or the top line for this ratio. The denominator is divided by the cost of replacement of all of the assets in the entire facility. So this is a composite metric for the entire district. As you can imagine, it varies from school to school, and we prioritize certain systems more highly than others because obviously the heating and air conditioning has a greater impact on the performance of a school facility than, for example, the pavement condition in the parking lot, which is important, but prioritized at a slightly different level. So rolling it all up into one single number, you get this ratio of, in FY 21.17. You can see on the bottom there some context. So 0.17 puts us in the fair to poor range, on the fair end of that range, if you will. Always continuing to improve or striving to improve and trying to get beneath that 0.1 ratio into that good to fair range. Wanted to just note, obviously took a step, I guess, in the wrong direction with this last fiscal year, moving from 0.16 to 0.17. I did want to note we reduced the capital renewal plan budget last fiscal year in a proactive response to the pandemic. This was early in the pandemic, like March, April, May 2020. So out of an abundance of caution, we reduced that budget from an originally proposed $40 million down to an approved $25 million. That was out of an abundance of caution. I'm pleased to report that FY21, which has already been approved and underway, was restored up to $40 million. So we're back on track as far as that's concerned. And then, of course, really more than anything, the escalating cost of the construction. So that's always updated and factored in. The older the systems get, the more likely they are to fail, and the more it costs to replace them. So keeping up with that is a huge effort of what we do in our department, and this asset database, or FICUS, you'll hear me use repeatedly, is a really valuable tool. So that's kind of the skinny on 4.4.1, but we're continuing to stay really, really focused on investing in our existing systems in our schools.
Dr. Nicolette?
So to put it simply, and thank you for all that, because you actually, each time you talk about this, I learn more, and I appreciate that. So it really is a software that you input the information in, it prioritizes the work.
More or less. It's a bit manual. I mean, we have staff, in-house staff, who has to perform inspections and update the condition ratings for these assets, in addition to just the system automatically aging them forward. So there's a manual component there. And then as we compose each year's capital improvement plan, we actually, basically print out what the database recommends, and then sort of screen it further with our facilities staff, weighing in work orders. Sometimes you get a situation where, hey, they're tied, for example, and so you need to talk to the technicians who have been working on these devices and say, hey, tell me more. How can we split this tie? Which one has more work orders reported on it? Things of that nature. But yeah, it is a quantitative starting point to help us zero in on the areas of greatest need.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Thank you. I wanted to talk about, and first of all, I want to apologize. I should have got this question to you before, but mea culpa, my fault. 14 schools over maximum capacity. Do you have that information handy? And if not, can you get that to me? Or probably the board members might want to know, but at least to me. The comprehensive report from 2020 lists the different schools. So it looks like we're making improvements. That's wonderful. Do we have this whole information out updated from the 2020 on all the different school capacities? So I guess that's two questions.
All right, so we good to move on from FICUS?
Looks that way. Is that coming up at a different time? So you mind holding on until we get to the next one on that? You jumped the gun a little bit.
I was so busy researching, I wasn't listening to everything. I'm sorry.
Would you mind if we wait till that next? Okay, let's go right ahead.
All right, I will note, we'll cover those questions, but the next item, 4.4.2, really talks with overcrowded schools determined as schools that are over maximum capacity. Not close, not 90%, over 100%. I think there may have been a typo there between 14 and 13, but really what we're reporting on here, school year 2020-2021, down to 6. And the primary driver for that is the opening of new schools and the rezoning associated with those. As we've talked many times in these meetings, the opening of our middle schools allow us to impact many more total number of schools by bringing sixth graders up, oftentimes relieving an elementary school that might be over capacity just by taking those 100 or so sixth graders up into a middle school. So as we opened in 2020-2021 school year, last year, Marcy Hers in particular, a whole series of approved enrollment rezones went into effect for that school year, causing a significant reduction in total number of school facilities that were over 100% capacity. So that's really the biggest driver in that change from 14 or 13 down to 6 last school year. It's also worth noting, obviously, last school year we saw a significant drop in district-wide enrollment, and that's not news to anyone. Direct result of the pandemic, and something that we continue to track closely and monitor as we go forward. And then I did want to note the expansion and opening of several district-wide charter schools that we did see some impact to our nearby elementary schools in particular. So right now we're tracking that regularly. We had 6. Those ones for 2020, 2021 were Nancy Gomes, Nick Polakidis, Spanish Springs High School, Mount Rose Elementary School, Alice Smith Elementary, and Smith Ridge Elementary were the 6. Of those 6, only 4 remain over 100% capacity, and several of which we have active capital projects in the works for next school year, specifically Spanish Springs High School, Alice Smith, and others, which will relieve those further. So, in a growing community, this is always going to be a matter that we are working to improve upon, and that likely will not see a 0 on this metric, but moving it in the right direction from several years ago, where I believe we were even over 20 total facilities over maximum capacity, now into single digits, and always looking to improve. So, Trustee Church, to your question, referring to the 1920 school year, I don't unfortunately have an itemized list of the school names in front of me, but presume that as a part of next fiscal year's CAFR that the list of names for the appropriate fiscal year will be listed in there. I can't recall if that answers all of your questions specifically or not.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking at the wrong PowerPoint. Again, mea culpa. I had clicked on the attachment that went out to the public on this, and I was looking at the wrong one, so I apologize. You mentioned Polakidis being one of the 6. Now, is that still overcrowded? You happen to know? And again, I apologize for not.
I think it is. Did you mention?
Yeah, Nick Polakidis Elementary School continues to be over 100% capacity this school year, yes.
Any idea, ballpark?
I believe they have about 850 total students enrolled there. That's just over 120% of its rated capacity.
Okay, thanks.
Trustee Church, did that cover your questions in this area, sir?
Yeah, it kind of relates to a previous meeting, but I understand we are taking action. We're moving some modulars in and trying to address that.
I think they're in, are they? Yep, hearing they're in, so.
Yeah, the board recently approved a construction contract to relocate 2 additional portables to Polakidis. That was completed before the start of this school year. So they have 4 total portables at Polakidis this school year.
So does that count as being overcrowded, or are we still overcrowded even with that?
Great question. Appreciate the opportunity to clarify this point. So the portable classrooms are not counted as a part of this calculation. The base capacity, which is really the maximum capacity of the classrooms and the total classroom count, is sort of a function of the common area facilities in a building. So the cafeteria, the library, things like that in the middles and highs, the gymnasiums, to add portables and just add capacity, we feel is not appropriate. The supporting spaces don't get any bigger despite adding those portable classrooms. So while it is a temporary tool in our toolbox to relieve these short-term overcrowding situations, we still calculate base capacity divided by enrollment.
Okay, but if a parent complains, it kind of depends on how you interpret it. We're not as bad as it seems in terms of classroom capacity as opposed to what you just explained.
Yeah, and if I may, I think this is a really good question that you asked, and it might be part of when we talk about capital, when we have our work session. The thing that's kind of crazy is even though modulars can be brought in to help, it still doesn't change the overcrowding number, because the overcrowding number is still based upon the building itself. So there still may be complaints that, hey, it's still over 120% and so on, even though we'll form our modulars, and then it's still more classes, and so there's smaller class sizes and so on. It won't change. It still won't change that number. And that's kind of crazy, but that's the way that's calculated. Does that make sense?
It does. It does, and it at least gives me a way to respond to constituents when they ask that there's a couple ways to look at it.
I think it's a great question, because that's really unclear. If you're just pulling up the building information online and so on, you'll see 120. Why has it been 120 for all these years? And say, hey, there's 4 modulars. So really, it is something that really has been done. So I think that's a great question to ask. To the superintendent, then we go to Mr. Etcher.
Well, just really quickly, it also doesn't change, so you still have the same size of cafeteria, multi-purpose room, you still have the same size of music room, you still have the same size of the playground, you still have the same size of the library. So the configuration may change as far as classrooms and which classrooms would be set in the modules, but it doesn't change the gathering spaces.
I'm just going to use a little terminology, and I'll have Adam correct me if I'm wrong here, but I just want to make sure everybody's clear on the terminology. We use the term modulars to mean actually something that has a concrete foundation that you bring in, where you actually place something. Those, I believe, count in the capacity calculation. Portables, which are something you can move in and move out, are not counted. So I just want to make sure we're kind of clear on that.
Thank you, because I didn't. Yes.
Portables, or yeah, we don't count. Modulars, we do count because
Okay.
they're on a permanent
That was
foundation.
my fault. I used the wrong word. Thank you. Okay, I think we're moving on then, Trustee Church. That cover you right now? Okay.
Okay, I've just got one more. This one is new. We've reported on the last several years, but this one we wanted to put in place for all the same reasons that we've been talking about. We continue to struggle with staffing levels in our housekeeping department. We receive requests directly from the school sites to our central housekeeping administration, not dissimilar from how we manage substitute teachers through ASOP. Currently, we have over 40 full-time vacancies throughout the district in a variety of positions within our custodial ranks. Historically, we've trended approximately 42,000 hours per school year. However, in addition to the worsening trend, you can see the number from last school year in particular being much higher than historical average. Even the 4 prior school years prior to the pandemic, school year 1920, so from 15-16 to 18-19, approximately 5% year-over-year increase in the total number of custodial substitute hours that were requested. So it continues to be a trend that's going in the wrong direction. As with all of our personnel vacancies and substitute requests, we can often manage it to a great degree with the number of resources we have. But as with all of our operations functions, this is becoming mission critical and impacting our operations a bit. So it's an area we've all spent a fair amount of time talking about: employment incentives, retention incentives, very targeted recruitment efforts across a wide spectrum of mediums. We have seen some improvements, but it's slow to move the needle at this point. And really, this is where we're at. This is a new metric for us, and we're going to continue to invest conscious effort to try to improve staffing levels and housekeeping across the district.
President Taylor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Nicolette?
It's okay, you're concentrating. You mentioned recruitment, and there was a fair, is that what we call it today, a recruitment fair? How did it go? Can you tell us, what do you do? How did it go today? What's the strategies for recruiting? A fair like happened today.
Well, I can't speak to the one today, but I would like to add a little commentary regarding, in addition to retention bonuses and new hire bonuses, we have a referral program. And we find that in the housekeeping ranks, that personal referral goes a long way. It's, I felt it was appropriate to highlight the starting base salary wage for our custodians. It's problematic, honestly. However, when you're trying to recruit people to public service and you're trying to convey the total package value of PERS and things like that, sometimes it doesn't resonate with the person who's not familiar with those types of benefits. But if you're having your Uncle Joe or friend Bob, who you trust, tell you, hey, let me tell you, come work for the school district. It's a great gig. Sometimes that's all people need to know. So we've really been pushing our own staff, our own custodians. Hey, not only is there a referral bonus, but get the word out to the people. I mean, just like any referral, right? It means a lot more coming from your friends and family, oftentimes than any fair. So I wasn't at the fair today. Trying to find the right forum for those fairs to to get the right foot traffic that will actually be interested in these types of positions has been a real strategy. And then just kind of frequency, pounding the pavement, getting out there and get there out. It's kind of a numbers game sometimes.
I'll just add a quick thing. As far as before school started, we had weekly meetings with our talent acquisition team and human resources, and I could not be more impressed, with that team. They were absolutely amazing. And during those weekly meetings, we went through every strategy that could be thought of. And I think you saw some of the events that were happening. Every special event, there was a team there that was recruiting people. You had mailers. You had all of this activity going on. And one of the things I think was most successful was some of the television commercials you may have seen, the interviews, was really having that operational staff telling their story. Having a nutrition services worker, who does the job, or a custodian or a bus driver actually telling their story of why this is a special place to work. Yeah, it's got challenges. We have lots of challenges, but at the same time, we have this incredible mission that we're all on, and I think that, we all recognize that. And so I think that's the most successful marketing we can do, is having our employees tell their story. And I think that's what our main marketing approach is.
No substitute for that, that's for sure. Trustee Rodriguez?
I do have a question. This might be more of an HR question, but say you do have someone come in that's got experience driving a bus or got experience in custodial arts. Are we starting them at the bottom end of that salary, or are we able to increase their stats or bring them on a more competitive wage?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we definitely take prior experience into that equation. And so oftentimes we will approach human resources with having an increased step where they start based on their prior experience. And one of the employee groups you go after is former employees who may have left, and you're saying, hey, they were great employees, and they go after them, and a lot of them come back. And obviously, we're not going to start them at the bottom again. So that's a great question. Thank you.
Superintendent?
And just to add a little bit more, there actually is an internal process where the employee, and then it's vetted through HR, and then it actually goes to our CFO, and then it finally will come to the superintendent. And typically, that looks at years of experience, but then also how long the vacancy has been there. So, for example, up at Incline, we had a situation where we were struggling with custodial staff up at Incline because we couldn't fill that position. And so we looked at that, and then we finally had somebody apply for it, and it was, okay, let's go ahead and do it. But it was steps in advance of that. And then we will provide the board with an update as far as the Chamber of Commerce job fair that happened today at the Convention Center. So we'll provide that. We'll put that in the media briefing. We'll put that in the Monday message, and we'll also update the board through the superintendent's highlights. And then we also have one on September 25th at Nick Polakidis, another type of job fair as well, too.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. I think we can go ahead and go forward, please. Who's that, Pete, Adam? All right, you're good. Thank you, Mr. Searcy.
All right, so we're going to now move on to nutrition services, and that is to provide nutritious meals to our students while focusing on financial recovery and staffing stability through continual assessment of operational processes and strategic investments. And again, we have a new director of nutrition services, Ms. Shirley Kukowski, and again, this is talk about a time to join in, right? It's been quite the ride. And she's new to K-12 education and new to Reno to boot, but she has been learning all of this at lightning speed, and I am so thankful that she is here and everything she's doing for us. So with that, Shirley.
Well, welcome. Welcome to your first board meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. Shirley Kukowski, Director of Nutrition Services, for the record. So our nutrition services measurable outcomes, the first one, to surpass pre-COVID meal participation targets from 25% to 27% for breakfast and 42% to 45% for lunch. So the FY21 results were 22% for breakfast and 34% for lunch. The contributor factors to those results were, number one, a third of those students were enrolled in virtual learning, either full distance or hybrid learning models. Number two, although we successfully served over 1 million distance meals, the curbside program did not compensate for students not being present in schools, unfortunately. We also adjusted and shortened our menu selections to maximize our efficiencies. That includes limited choices to increase ease of service delivery, and production while maintaining USDA guidelines. Pete is actually going to go over the second one.
Yeah, I'm going to take the next one as I worked with you last year along with our previous director, Leonka Solis, on this one. So for 4.5.2, our measurable outcome goal was to return Nutrition Services Enterprise Fund balance to pre-pandemic levels. That seemed like quite the lift a year ago. In 1920, we went from a $1.2 million year-to-date operating profit on March 31st, 2020, to a year-end operating loss of over $2 million 3 months later at the end of June. With that loss, we began fiscal year 2021 with a $3.4 million, or approximately $3.4 million in our fund balance, with the prospect of continuing to lose $1 million per month. Therefore, we had to make the painful decision to furlough approximately 70 staff members to keep from going completely broke last year, and I know that was a painful time for all of us. Thankfully, while slow in coming, the federal government did take action to help us in the form of universal free meals with a higher reimbursement rate. They also provided stimulus money to reimburse us for a portion of the revenue losses we experienced at the end of fiscal year 1920, approximately $2.44 million that we should be receiving soon. So due to this federal action and a lot of hard work by the Nutrition Services Department in adapting to the hybrid model, providing distance meals, and also vending meals to our partners at the food bank, we were actually able to recover from the financial calamity that we experienced. We have actually surpassed the fund balance amount, as you can see on the slide, that we had in February of 2020. We therefore offered positions back to all of our employees that were furloughed, and we are actually in really great financial shape right now. Hopefully, this is a measurable outcome that we can kind of remove as we go forward with our strategic plans. So this is one that's really good news that at least from a financial standpoint, we are in really good shape. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Shirley.
I see Trustee Smith
question.
has a question, comment?
Thank you. Ms. Kukowski, did I say that correctly?
Yes.
You said something that I thought was remarkable, and so I just wanted to pause on that there were 1 million distance meals served by the district. And
Correct.
I think that's outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for pulling that out, because that's something we should really be proud of. So many people needed that nutritional support during going through what they went through from COVID. So many students, so many families. So that's actually pretty cool. So thank you, Trustee Smith. Very cool.
Thank you. And we'll move on to item 4.5.3, our third measurable outcome, to maintain 95% or greater staffing level. So for FY21, actually, by the end of June 2021, the staffing level was 91.2, and the following were contributing to that results. Number one, we retained necessary staff to operate modified meals production and distribution. This will be mainly in the central kitchen. Number two, we also overall had fewer unfilled positions, 28 out of 342. And the third one, mainly at the school side level here, the staffing needs was lower, obviously due to a smaller number of children in schools and shifting operations to curbside pickup. And to add to it, overall, we did serve over 1 million distance meal, but overall meals, we served 5.6 million free meals for FY21.
Questions, comments? I think we're good on that. So welcome again. Thank you for being here. We look forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move on now to the last one, information technology, to begin implementation of the Washoe County School District Strategic Technology Plan. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Chris Turner, who has had a very eventful and exciting first year with the district. It's hard to believe it's already been over a year. And I think it's been a really successful year. So with that, Dr. Turner.
Thank you, Pete. Chris Turner, Chief Information Officer. I'm here to speak about 4.6.1 and 4.6.2. Our first goal, when we were asked to identify goals in response to the strategic plan, we thought that this was a perfect opportunity to dive in on our new strategic technology plan and the sustainability portion that goes along with it, because it's such a significant lift for the IT department as well as the district, because this is the first time we've had a district-wide refresh program for our computers. So as you can see from the slide, all the included information, we have just begun, this is our first year of the annual device refresh, with the goal of fulfilling the sustainability of Washoe County School District's strategic technology plan. The challenge to the IT department exists with how do we meet our ambitious annual 20% renewal goal within the fiscal guidelines. So as you can see from the top point, calculate and purchase $4.5 million in computers and district devices. We are annually examining each school's enrollment along with each school's classroom teacher numbers. And nearly as important with acquiring devices is the removal of outdated or non-functioning technology. We want a very clean inventory of devices that we need to support. So how do we accomplish this renewal task? In support of the Strategic Technology Plan's annual refresh program, it was necessary for the IT department last spring to develop an inventory database. We had disparate databases that covered our inventory. So what we did was we developed our own database and combined all those numbers, and now we have a firmer grasp on the number of devices we have in each building and in the district, as well as the age of each of those devices, which is important. And it goes all the way down to the serial number of each device. We know exactly which devices we've loaned out to buildings and that are in use in our schools. We thankfully received the financial support and the creativity of the business and the capital projects departments, and because they recognized the need for sustaining the goals of the Strategic Technology Plan through this blended capital funding model. And as we found through as we worked through this massive initiative, we found that we had a need for an asset management position, which has been approved by the board and has been posted as part of the response to recovery and the federal stimulus dollars. Because this position and this initiative, not only, I've mentioned it already, we're not only onboarding about 10,000 devices per year, but we also have to discontinue the use of outdated and non-working computers. So that's very, very critical. And we do that across, the 100+ school sites and all the administrative sites as well. So serve in support of that. The next slide, 4.6.2, or should I pause for questions? I'm sorry.
I think if people just turn on their light if they have questions along the way, Dr. Turner, thank you.
Thank you. So 4.6.2 is maintain a 14-day technology support ticket closure rate in consideration of the increased number of devices that we found over the last 5 years and especially the last 3 years. So you can see from the data included on the slide, which sort of reads backwards. It reads currently and then goes down. It reads regressively. You can see that our ticket volume has increased. That is correlated to the number of devices we've increased. And so that third group of bulleted points, increased devices, that's not the total number of devices. That's the total number of devices we acquired that year. So we have approximately 100,000 computers in use in the district, but we've been acquiring at a higher rate. And obviously, in school year 2020-21, we acquired 21,584 devices, and that was in response to the pandemic and in support of remote learning opportunities. So our goal is to maintain, and I should explain that we call this a 14-day technology support ticket closure rate, but really what it is it's 10 working days. It's a typical 40-hour work week, but we used calendar dates, and so I want to clarify that. We want to close tickets within 2 weeks because we think that, or we firmly believe that it's important that we support school and classroom operations. And despite this increase in technology in our classrooms, we've had no increase in staff. And a lot of what you'll see tonight is the themes around staffing issues. So as you can see from the slides, ticket volumes have risen, correlated to the number of computers the district is acquiring. So therefore, to maintain our levels of support, what are we doing to reach our 14-day ticket closure rates? We're transitioning from a traditional method of imaging each computer hand over hand to what we call an autopilot or a white glove process. It costs, at the outset, when we began this process, it costs negligibly, like a couple dollars, $5 per device, extra per device, but we found that the increased productivity far outweighed the extra cost. But now we've gotten to the point with our initial order in the annual refresh process that the vendors have included the autopilot, the white glove treatment, and so that is now built into the quote, and it doesn't look like it's extra now, so that's pleasing to us. This lack of imaging in this autopiloting process allows us to onboard the computer, apply a barcode tag, and then immediately ship that lot out to the schools. Then the process involves the schools unboxing, opening them up and powering them on, and then they automatically get the applications that the students or the teachers will be using. So it's much more rapid than our traditional imaging program. So we're happy for that. We feel like that will make a big dent in terms of our 14-day ticket closure rate. We have also increased our use of remote support tools. So no longer are we having to drive out to each school to support a teacher or an administrator or a student that has a problem with a particular software application or a piece of hardware. We have tools now that we can use to remote into the device, and so it allows our support staff to be a lot more flexible. So if they're working at one school, but they're trying to fulfill support tickets, let's say they have a dozen tickets at one school, so they're concentrating on that. But if there's a moment, they can remote into the other computers when it's convenient for the user and support them in that way. And so that's really made us much more efficient. And then finally, we have reorganized the IT desktop support staff in ways that makes it much more equitable around the district. Formerly, we had when we were identified as a one-to-one district in certain schools, we had a singular support person for those particular buildings. But to make it more equitable for the 95 other schools, we found it necessary to even out the support staff and how many schools and administrative sites they support in order to be more responsive to those other schools that weren't getting the necessary attention that the one-to-one schools were.
Dr. Nicolette, and then Vice President Minetto.
This is going to sound like out of the box here, but North Star and our approximately 1,100 students, does IT support them as well? You could remote into one of their laptops and help them so they can continue to be a successful student?
The answer is yes if it's a district-owned device, but if a student is enrolled in North Star and using their own device, then we wouldn't have privileges to access that device unless we set up some sort of special relationship. And those kinds of software tools that allow us to access non-district-owned devices compromises us technologically and security-wise, that we're not comfortable doing that. And so it would be an opportunity for the students in North Star, if they're using their own device and they have a technology support need, they can call our family tech support line, and that process can initiate in terms of, Christy can support them over the phone, or there can be a support ticket created, and we can follow up with the family.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Vice President Minetto.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this. So I guess this might be random, but how many employees do we have who are doing all this in our IT department?
We have approximately 75 employees in the IT department, and in desktop support, we have, I think it's 22. So that those 22 individuals are spread out and support our 100 schools plus all of our administrative sites.
Wow. And mentioning North Star, but the kids at North Star, this is probably more for Kristen, they can get a district-owned device, right? Okay. And do we know anything about, like a percentage of the kids who use their own devices, or?
I don't have those figures in front of me. I do know that we've written a grant to the FCC in order to provide laptops to every North Star student, and we're still waiting on the outcome on the FCC's decision.
Okay, I think that's good. Okay, I think that completes the entire report. I think we have a couple of public comments on this item. Why don't we do that first and we'll bring it back to the board? JJ?
Shannon Coley.
Ms. Coley?
No, I didn't realize it was just on goal 4.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bev Stenjum.
Same thing?
I thought it was public comment, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Do you want her to keep that for public comment? Do you want her to keep that card for public comment for general, the general public comment?
Sure, yes.
Okay, thank you. So you hear that. Keep that, JJ.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome back, Mr. Duran.
Oh, okay, welcome back. So I'd like to say to Jeff Church, to say so.
Mr. Duran, no personal attacks, okay? Okay. I mean, it's not that you can't say anything, but you can't do no personal attacks.
Okay.
Okay?
So I'd like to say thank for Adam Safely for review overcrowding and zoning committee, also for overcrowding at Metro Pakistan. Now we down to 6 schools for this year. So next year is, I don't know how many schools are we going to have a wave overcrowded. So we'll see to find out. So we do know that there was overcrowded Smith Ridge Mesa School, so there was no average solution. So keep in mind, they did a good job. So thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
John Eppolito.
He must have stepped away. He just went to the bathroom. Of course, right? Are there any other cards? No. Oh, there he is. Right back. Okay.
My name is John Eppolito, and on that last part of this agenda item 3.01, on the devices, I still, for at least 2 years, I think, I haven't heard the discussion amongst this board of why all these devices. Most experienced teachers realize the devices are a scam. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and numerous .com executives profiting from these devices and buying $8 million houses in North Star don't let their kids use these devices. The discussion we should be having is why are so many kids in Washoe County School District on these devices. Most of the research shows the devices diminish education. Maybe that gets back to that same question that everybody keeps talking about. Focus on improving education. Don't focus on putting a kid in front of a screen for 3 hours that's in 3rd grade, and if the parent doesn't like it, they have to find another school, i.e. Nick Polikitis. That's the discussion we should be having. And I'm ashamed at this board for not forcing that discussion to be had. We talk about all this stuff. It's 75 people in the IT department. What do they all do?
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
You're welcome.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll bring it here to the board. For discussion for any further questions. Looking for the pleasure of the board on updating the measurable outcomes as presented. We saw the goals. We saw how they landed, and we saw information on both. Why some things landed, and then where we missed, why we missed, and what are we doing moving forward to be better at it. So I think I appreciate staff putting that in as well. This is what we didn't get right, and here's some things we need to do because we don't always get it right, and so we want to continue to work on that. So, looking for comments or the pleasure of the board. If there's in terms of a motion, how would you like to move forward? Trustees, colleagues.
I just want to reiterate that this is, to use a trite term, this is old news. I mean, this is fact as it is. So it's not like we're trying to change the data because it's past and it exists and it's past. For sure.
Yes.
Okay.
No, that's an important point to point out. Say that one fast. Okay, that was on the 2020-21 school year, so that was the closure of that. This is not our moving forward. This is a report on how we ended the last piece of the year. So good point, good distinction. More, Dr. Nicolette?
In that case, I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the updated measurable outcomes as presented relating to Goal 4 Objectives 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, and 4.6 of the Response to Recovery Strategic Plan.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Motion on the floor by Dr. Nicolette, seconded by Vice President Minetto. Further discussion. We had good discussion and questions along the way. Any others? Okay. Seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, why don't we take a break? We have two important agenda items. They're all important, but we've been, sorry, Beth, right? We've been at it for just about a couple hours exactly. Why don't we take a, this is probably the dinner break, huh? So it comes earlier now during the deal. So let's take the 20-minute break here. Okay, 20 minutes, and then we'll come on back 20 minutes. If I've missed it, I'll extend it, but 20 minutes for sure so you don't miss anything, okay? Back at 4:25. Thank you, everybody. All right, everybody's back in pocket, so to speak, so we're going to jump right back into our agenda. Agenda item 3.02. Presentation and discussion on redistricting for the trustee districts following the 2020 United States Census and possible action to adopt principles to guide any potential changes to district boundaries. This is for possible action, and before us we see Ms. Anderson. I don't see Mr. Searcy. Oh, here he is running in. All right. Thank you, Ms. Anderson and Mr. Searcy.
Thank you, President Taylor. So you introduced the item wonderfully. If you thought you only had to see me every other year for the legislative session, this one's particularly different because it's only every 10 years. So this is a much longer cycle. But as you mentioned, as a result of the 2020 census, it's time for all jurisdictions at every level of government to redraw district boundaries for their representatives to better reflect the more updated population data that we have access to from the 2020 census. So I just want to clarify, this has nothing to do with school zoning boundaries or anything of that respect. This is specifically the lines that are drawn for you as trustees and the districts that you represent. So we've got, because this only happens every 10 years, there's not a lot of institutional knowledge when this turns over every 10 years. And so I'm really proud of the team that's come together from the district internally to get really knowledgeable about this redistricting process in a really short period of time. And so it's a cross-functional team. And you can see all the different areas of the district that have come together to present with you this initial presentation about the redistricting process. I want to be clear today that what we're going to talk about is primarily process. So it's exciting to look at maps and numbers and all those things, but that's really not what we're here for today. Today, this is the kickoff of at least 2, potentially 3 meetings of the board agenda items to discuss this redistricting process. And so you're going to give us feedback to make sure we have the best possible information in order to process the census data and come back to you with some potential recommendations and options for complying with the statutory framework around redistricting. I will tell you that the Nevada revised statutes that governs the Washoe County School District in particular related to trustees is NRS 386-165. And so this is one of those where the legislature used different population thresholds to determine different governance models. But ultimately, in the Washoe County School District, you can see there, we are to have 5 districts, which are nearly equal in population as practicable. which includes approximately 1/5 of the population, and then 2 districts, which are nearly equal as our at-large districts. And so that is the primary statutory framework that we're using in order to set your boundaries. I would just note that this is different in other districts, and so it's not easy to just pick up what someone else is doing and put it here. We're unique in the state of Nevada with this particular format for our trustees. What we are really asking for you to consider today is adopting these redistricting guiding principles. We use guiding principles in a lot of ways in the school district, and this is no different. So basically, during our process of educating ourselves about how redistricting works, we've done a lot of research. These redistricting principles, which I'll go through each one of them, are basically the best practices of redistricting principles across many types of jurisdictions and different levels of government. And so there are some words on this slide that are italicized. And I wanted to highlight those just in the sense that these are like vocabulary words. These are buzzwords that are used in redistricting, again, at all levels of government, federal, state, and local level. And so they're not words that we came up with. They are words that are used in either statutory or some kind of legal guidance, case law that we are using to propose these principles. So we'll just go through these really quickly. And again, this is really the heart of the agenda item today. We are suggesting that the existing districts be the starting point for this process. So we're not starting from scratch, but we're starting with the existing districts. And that obviously implies that the current trustee residents will be retained within his or her district. And that's explicit. And again, that's really best practices. That's not unusual. The population of each district will vary as little as possible from the ideal population. And that ideal population is really just taking the total population and dividing by the number of districts that we're getting at. That is our target. In general, plus or minus 5% of that number has been considered appropriate at within the legal system in cases that have been challenged. And so really that is where we are targeting to get those populations within plus or minus of that ideal population. We suggest that the districts will continue to be compact and contiguous, obviously, to make sure that we are honoring communities that are staying together, that we don't have pockets in different districts, things that wouldn't make sense to the eye, something called the eye test. Does it look right? And so compact and contiguous really speaks to those. The core of the district will remain intact, and so while we may have to move lines around the edges, we're really trying to keep the core of your districts intact while acknowledging those similar common interests or affinities of our neighborhoods. The last one that is really specific to school districts, but you see variations of at other levels of government, is trying to use existing boundaries to guide any potential changes. So whether that's other election districts or in our case, current school zoning boundaries, because we do have lines dividing neighborhoods in some cases. Instead of creating new boundaries, we would, to the extent possible, use other boundaries to guide this work. So I'm going to keep going, but we may need to come back to this slide at some point here. As a preview, and I mean preliminary, preview, sneak peek, however you want to say it, and I've got Adam here, and I'm grateful for his teamwork, and he can speak to more specifics, but we have received some preliminary census data at the beginning of September. We know that the total population in Washoe County is up roughly 15% from 2010. And if we use that data and overlay those principles that we just talked about in terms of keeping the current districts the same, 5 of the 7 current districts maintain an acceptable population within that allowable threshold from ideal. So that was certainly interesting to us. 2 contiguous districts, and it matters because they're contiguous, I'll talk about that in a second, fall just outside the 5% of ideal and will need a modest adjustment. And the reason it's important that they're contiguous is instead of having some kind of domino effect if we had 2 that were not contiguous and having to move 2 or 3 lines to get into compliance, we can simply move the boundary between those two districts and get those districts within that ideal range of population. As you can see, districts B, C, and E are, again, if we assume the current districts and the new population data are within less than 1% of the ideal population, which is excellent, and F and G are roughly 1.5% from that ideal population. So again, well within the plus or minus 5% threshold. It will be important for our community to get access to these maps and be able to provide their feedback. And so again, in terms of process, what we are proposing is that the maps, once you adopt these guiding principles, these or some variation thereof, then our team and Adam's team can take that information and produce some maps that we will post publicly. We would suggest that this agenda item be reconsidered on October 12th to receive that input from our community. And then any adjustments or other considerations can be taken into account with a final agenda item on October 26th. That date is important because the Washoe County Registrar of Voters has requested to have our final maps by November 1st. We are under a compressed timeline. Typically, this process takes a little bit longer, but because of COVID and because the census ultimately was extended to increase participation, everyone who is doing this process is operating under this condensed timeline. And so this is our proposal in which to meet all of our compliance obligations and still meet the deadline as requested by the Registrar of Voters. So again, just kind of a visual of what that looks like. Here we are in September. We expect final census data to be released around September 30th. That gives Adam's team and our staff a chance to re-evaluate that data if there are any changes to that, provide potential maps for your consideration in the middle of October, and then again have another opportunity for public comment and final adoption at the end of October. So I went through that pretty quickly. I certainly have a lot of people around that are knowledgeable to answer your questions with me, but if you have something you'd like to discuss right now, happy to do that. And again, if we want, the suggestion for possible action is to adopt redistricting guiding principles for today's agenda item. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, President Taylor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. Next time, Mr. Searcy, don't say so much. I do know that there's public comment on this, so why don't we go straight to public comment?
Pablo Nava Duran.
Mr. Duran, welcome back.
Dear Adam Sisley, yep, he created the rezoning for the school boundary. Now he had to create a trustee map by himself. So I want to say thank you for Adam Sisley. So I want to let you clear. This redistricting is about non-partisan issue. So had to be non-partisan issue. It cannot be GOP or Democrat, favor, all kinds of stuff. Had to be non-partisan support. Include a historic boundary, what the map, what favorite people look like, all kind of stuff. So it had to be non-partisan. No more power graphs for both parties. So I want to say about my neighborhood. So my neighborhood was spread between District A and District D, have been gerrymandered. District B, if we were remove gerrymandering, that the new neighborhood will be district moved from District D to District A, and I do know the District A is the map is very large, and the map, the South Moon is very growing, especially in the South Middle area. I do think the district map look like a little bit smaller. So and District D was a little bit like there no growth at all. So we might have to redistrict all that kind of stuff. And Adam told you that there was over 5%. So that's every 10 years census, so you have to do every 10 years, all kinds of stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
That's all I have on this item.
Okay, thank you, JJ. We'll bring it back here to the table, and then again, just as a reminder, what staff is asking us for at this point is for us to give them some guardrails, if you will, some guiding principles, some things that they will have in their mind as they go through looking at maps, numbers primarily in maps that they may align with school zoning. I think that's important as well. So thank you for that. And so our time is here's some examples of some, I guess, some best practices and guiding principles that are typically there with governing agencies and school boards and so on. But certainly we can, decide if we want to do something different. I for one, like the fact that, we don't have to do a big blow up the map and then let's just, I'm glad about that based upon the recommendation. But there is still a little work to do if we accept the guiding principles that we have here. So I'd love to hear from my colleagues. I'll start with Clerk Nicolette.
Thank you. I'm comfortable with the proposed redistricting guidelines. I do have a question about two words that I don't even know how to define. Areas with similar or common interests or affinities. How are you going to make sense of that?
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette, and I'll certainly defer to Adam and also our General Counsel. Again, these are words that have been used in legal challenges, and so I think the idea, it will be context, whether it's a school zoning boundary or a neighborhood or, some other obvious factor that we can see communities having a common interest together. I can't give you a perfect example because we are not looking at a particular area at this point, but I think it's one of those you'll see it when you know it. And again, these are terms that are defined in a legal sense around common interests or affinities, not necessarily in the context of schools, sort of the broader redistricting concepts.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Legal, you're nodding. Is that, Counsel, you're nodding? Is that?
That was perfect.
Okay.
So then, Counsel, in a legal sense, how would you interpret just generally interests and affinities?
Well, again, I think Lindsay described it well. We would look at their interests. Could be the new Wild Creek, or what do we call them? The new Hug High School would be an interest to that neighborhood, right? So we wouldn't want to drop a line that might cut that neighborhood in half so that they don't have a good representation. Would that make sense? Yes. So that's a more specific example, but that's one that comes to mind because I think you were here when we were working on that project. Remember, the neighborhood came in and was very united. So you don't want to cut those type of neighborhoods apart, or if to the best of your ability.
And it sounds to me like affinities similarly have to do with like school zoning lines and so on like that. There's obviously affinities for those schools and neighborhoods or high schools or middle schools, so it seems.
The only thing I would add, President Taylor, is that, as we talk about this process only being done every 10 years, we know that in some cases school zoning boundaries change more frequently than that. So that's not necessarily the North Star in terms of aligning school boundaries. It is just an additional component to be taken into consideration when proposing a possible change. Because we know that over the next 10 years, those school boundaries could change. And we're not going to necessarily redo this process because of that. It's just if there's an obvious place to move a line that aligns with the school zoning boundary, we would take that into consideration over splitting a school zone, for example.
Okay, thank you. Good clarification. Anything else? Any suggested changes on the guiding principles as proposed? I know we've had a chance to, we've all had this for a few days now, and it seems like it's just pretty much seems pretty straightforward. Okay. All right, looking to see what's the pleasure of the group, because this is an action item and staff needs to know how to move forward, and guiding principles is what kind of gives them our guardrails as they consider recommendations. And remember, this is not saying where lines are going or anything like that. Here are some guiding principles, and they will come back to us based upon the numbers, and obviously we have some specific numbers because they know sort of where the ranges are, and keeping in mind these guiding principles that we will give them come back with some recommendations, and we'll have a couple of times in October. I'm glad you pointed out that we want to be really intentional about opportunities for the public to weigh in, on that, to take a look, because this is what we all live with this for 10 years, right? And we certainly want the public to be able to be a part of this as well. So thank you for pointing that piece out, because that's important as well. Trustee Smith?
And that does bring me to one question that I have. So the community members that may be impacted by the different map options, are they contacted individually, or school families contacted if their area is going to be changing? What is that communications plan?
Thank you, President Taylor, through you to Trustee Smith. I do not believe we have the intention to, because there may be multiple options. So I think it's a more 30,000 foot, here are the proposed changes, and we would share those with key stakeholders who we know are following the redistricting process, but certainly our families and community at large, and ask them for their own review and input. But they would not be, to my knowledge, contacted individually by the district for these proposed changes.
It makes sense just because there are options, because there's some various options, and like, where does that piece? But we do want to make sure, I think making sure it's out there so that people who do follow this, and they're paying attention, is easy for them to find. I think that's a really good question.
Yeah, because the basis of the question is very similar to what we used to follow with zoning. If there was a proposed change, there were options on the table, we would do connect eds to families or bring attention to specific community members so that they were aware.
Yep.
Yeah, Adam wants to jump in, I think, but I think if the proposed maps have an obvious area that is potentially being changed, I don't think we're opposed to that idea. We just don't know what that looks like at this point.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, seeing no other questions or comments, I'm looking for a motion. Again, if it's the pleasure of the board, they need some direction from us, so hopefully it is the pleasure of the board. Yes, please, Trustee Smith.
I will make that motion.
Thank you.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves redistricting principles as outlined by staff in order to move forward in the required updating of trustee districts A through G in accordance with Nevada Revised Statutes, NRS 368.165.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor by Trustee Smith. There's a second by Vice President Minetto. I'll cut your hand. We had all the discussion. Council?
Yeah, on the proposed motion, there was a typo. It's 386.165.
Yeah, that's what it says.
No, it says 368.
Oh, 386.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. You good for a friendly on that?
Well, I can't make a motion, but maybe you could.
No, I just asked her, was she good for a friendly? She's okay. I was pointing to her, not you. No, I don't care if you're good for a friendly. Nothing personal, but I don't care. But yes. No, that is not very friendly. I am sorry. He's an attorney, for Pete's sake. To my colleagues, you're good with that, Trustee Smith, Vice President Minetto? Okay. All right, so we stand corrected. That's 386.165. Okay, everyone has that down. All right, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is 6-0. 6-0. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for that, and we look forward to hearing back more. All right, I do want to take a little presidential privilege and ask student trustee Ivy to give. She may have to leave before we get to the end. As some of you know, she lives in Incline, and we do want her to get on the road safely at the appropriate time. But we want to hear the student representatives report. We're going ahead and just reorder the agenda and skip down to agenda item 4.02.
Thank you, President Taylor. Thank you, President Taylor. My name is Ivy Baltmole. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a junior at Incline High School, and I'm the vice president of the Student Advisory Council. Today I'm just filling in for Victoria Gomez. She'll be back next meeting, but she needed the day to work on some college things. And then, but on September 1st, we held our second meeting of the year for the Student Advisory Council. It was a great meeting, although our turnout was not as big as it used to be. We had a total of 6 members. So from there, we kind of realized that we needed to take some big measures in terms of recruitment. So we discussed with our coordinator, Michelle Hammond, and we lined up a meeting with the area superintendents that Victoria and I attended yesterday. And now on September 30th, we're going to be attending the meeting with all principals because we're thinking of meeting with all the high school principals. Because our idea behind that is to try and engage the most out of high school students because they have, they have a more unique high school. They have a more unique experience throughout this whole school year. And then from then on, we'll try and do middle schools and then elementary schools. Our also big goal is to set up individual student voice programs within each individual school is our long-term goal, and to have 2 representatives from each school on council. So hopefully eventually one day we'll get there, but right now Victoria and I have been working a lot on trying to be able to go into the schools and advocate for programs like this to be in each individual school and make sure we can all come to the district office and share our ideas. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for filling in, right, for student trustee Victoria, and thank you for that work. So you just got to kind of get it going again after, right, having I know you guys worked via Zoom before, but to get it back going again in person. So thank you, and let us know how we can help. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Right, very good job, very good job. And then you stay as long as you can, and when you need to go, we want you to get home safely, then, okay? All right, we appreciate you. All right, let's go on to agenda item 3.03, discussion and possible action to review and provide direction on current COVID-19 mitigation measures in effect for the 2021-22 school year, including facilities management, transportation, staff and student exclusions, and face coverings for district facilities and school sites based on current federal, state, and local guidance. Of course, this is for a possible action. And before us, we see Dr. Lamarca and we see Deputy Beiersdorf. And then just remember, there's I think was it late last week we got the update on exclusions, or was it Monday? It seems. Okay, good. So do you want? It looks like you're leaning in. You're going to start us, Madam Superintendent. Okay.
Thank you very much, President Taylor, members of the board, student representative. So as this is our standing item, and so we will go past a few of the front slides. These are our guiding principles. And importantly, if you can go past our guiding principles, and importantly, what we're going to start doing is every board meeting that an action is taken, we will review with the trustees and with the public what the previous board action was. So on August 24th, 2021, you'll see that the Board of Trustees directed the superintendent to the maximum degree possible for the district to implement COVID testing protocols. We will review somewhat a little bit of that, but we're going to be bringing it back to the board at your next board meeting on September 28th, which was the direction of the board, to talk a little bit more in detail around the current COVID testing for students, student athletes, students, and staff. There you see the August 10th, and if you can forward that. And then this is our the governor's current directive, 048, which you can see that on August 4th. So nothing has changed as far as the governor's emergency directive at that point in time. What we do is we do highlight, because there's a lot of interest as far as where face covering information would be found, or where the testing program or the NIAA information, and so we do delineate where those sections are for the ease of the public to find out information regarding that. You can put the slide forward, and there we are, and I will turn it over to Dr. Lamarca.
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, trustees. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. For the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. Here is our COVID risk meter. When we posted this, we were in the very high region. The first tick, we're at the second tick at this point. There's a bunch of information at the covidriskmeter.org website that you might find useful. Here is our dashboard that we updated in time for posting. Again, we have a new one as of today. We're at very high case rate per 100,000. This actually ticked up just over 60 today. Test positivity is at 19.4. I think as of today we're at like 20.2. I think we're at 75 5 active schools as of today, meaning schools that have a case where someone attended while infectious and the case is ongoing. Here is this trend that we've been showing you now for months and months, and you can still see we are rivaling the surge that we were experiencing in November and December of 2020. Case rates are high for every group, very young children, school-age children, and then our adult population. We started showing you this graph as well. It's just a different way to look at that picture, but our test positivity, again, today it's right over 20. So we are at that same point that we were at, December, January of this past school year. Do want to bring out a couple of comments. We do, many of us, but our Student Health Services Department in particular, and I must tell you that Ms. Crane isn't able to be here tonight. She just can't be here. We work with the Washoe County Health District virtually on a daily basis. We have formal meetings with them, but I've probably been in contact 5 times with them today. We did have a meeting with them on August 21st. It was a Saturday. It was about a half-day meeting trying to get our head around the surge and contact tracing. Several key folks from the Washoe County Health District met with several of us from central office as well as several of our building principals. Our building principals are on the front line in terms of doing contact tracing along with our school nurses. It was a very productive meeting. We were able to delineate some new sort of expectations, who's doing what. That did lead to some change guidance for our schools, and we've issued that to the schools. We're providing the schools sort of ongoing opportunities to ask questions, to kind of get their head around the changing guidance, so that they're in the best place possible to carry out studies when they're having to do that, to make exclusion decisions. We can talk about that in more detail if you have questions. We also collaborate with Washoe County Health District as well as Renowned Pediatrics on common messaging. Our physicians in the county and pediatricians in particular, they're often who's communicating with families, and so they have a strong interest in being on the same page in what they're sharing with families regarding exclusions, testing out of exclusion, those sorts of things. So we've been working with them on common guidance to be shared, and they've been very helpful. As Dr. McNeil mentioned, last meeting you guys passed some requirements or expectations regarding testing, expanding those efforts to include vaccinated athletes. We have been doing that since August 30th. This was the 3rd week in which we were testing vaccinated athletes. If you recall, a big part of that conversation, though, had to do with the number of exclusions as a result of athletic testing, and we talked about a strategy we were going to use with our schools with no contact after Friday night games through Monday. For 2 weeks running, there were several positive cases. There were no exclusions tied to that athletic testing at all. So that was a very significant decrease in exclusions. We tested yesterday, and I do believe there are a handful of exclusions. It's still a very small number, but we don't have clear data yet. The vendor still has to report back to us. But that has been going very well. The vendor's been very responsive. We continue to work with the state because there are some very intricate testing requirements. I will share that we are trying to extend testing availability to all students and staff who have been excluded because of close contact status or for other factors. Asymptomatic testing, by and large. We have to have discussions whether or not we are going to figure out ways to provide availability for symptomatic testing. So that's a work in progress. We had some very ambitious timelines. We had hoped to stand up a an opportunity this Thursday evening. It does not look like we can do that Thursday evening due to some logistical concerns, but we are still aiming for this coming Saturday to try to have a first sort of community-wide student staff testing option. And then if that's successful, we will be doing that multiple times a week, every week, to support our staff and students and families. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Beiersdorf.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening, trustees. Dr. McNeil, Deborah Beiersdorf, Deputy Superintendent. Wanted to bring you some updates and information about the ongoing support for our schools. Before I talk about some of the bullet points, want to share as well that the Washoe County Health District is very responsive in its partnership with our principals. And it's very important that we're providing up-to-date, clear communication to our schools and answering their questions as quickly as we possibly can. So want to give a shout out to a lot of folks, but in particular this evening to our Office of School Leadership. We have two of our area superintendents in the audience this evening who are always taking phone calls and emails and text messages and sending information out at the end of the week with updates or FAQs or whatever the case may be. So I'm really proud of the work that the Office of School Leadership has done. So support for schools, we thought you'd be interested in knowing that guidance has been given to schools to reduce as much as possible large gatherings in the school setting. We are in the midst of homecoming right now in our high schools. Myself and Dr. Paul, who's behind me, who's the area superintendent for Reed High School, were at Reed yesterday, and Reed is going to be holding a dance. They're going to be doing so outside. So our schools are finding creative ways, or in some cases just having to cancel events because we are really asking them to be very mindful of large grouping of students. We've also seen some of our back to school nights this year as well have gone on Zoom or Teams as well. So we're doing that as much as it is practicable to be able to do that. In-person meetings here at Central Services as well as our schools across the district are moving to Zoom or moving to Teams as much as possible as well. We got very good at that when the pandemic started. We've got good tools that are supported by our IT department, and we definitely take advantage of those. And that includes professional learning as well, as much as we can around professional development activities. They're moving online or to a virtual format. In using some of our American Recovery funding, our ESSERS 3 funding, we made the decision to expand the hours for our clinical aides. Each one of our schools has a clinical aide. If the clinical aide was open to that and wanted to take advantage of that, we've expanded their weekly hours through the first semester through mid-December in order to provide more support to schools in contact tracing, working with the health department and outreach to our families as well. We've also provided additional hours to our educational support professionals at school sites as well until the fall break. In some cases that is overtime. In other cases it's getting folks up to a 40-hour per week in order to provide support to the school as well to do the very, very best we can around our contact tracing efforts. And then we're in the midst right now. We challenged ourselves, all of our central services departments, to assign folks to each of our middle and high schools to provide extra support as well. This is week 3 of that endeavor, and people have rallied and have wherever the help is needed. I know our very own superintendent's going to be out in a school next week as well, but they're to provide support and to kind of walk our talk, right, when it comes to the support for our schools and our students. I'm going to present this slide on behalf of our Human Resources Department, Emily Ellison, our Chief HR Officer, who was not able to be here tonight. But those of you that were with us when we were first navigating our way through this pandemic might remember that we did get an emergency authorization through the Nevada Department of Education for substitute or guest teachers. And we recently found out that that emergency substitute license provision or authorization is still in place. So our HR department has been gearing up as well to get the word out into our community, especially to our higher ed partners at the university, Sierra Nevada College, TMCC, that we've got great opportunities in our school district in coming in and serving as a guest teacher. And Emily asked me to point out too that that's always a good one step in the door. Then maybe the other step comes in and we have future educators as well. So there's other bullet points that she included up there, but anybody that's listening in, or if you know somebody who's ready to become a guest teacher, please give our Human Resources Office a call, because they're there to help. And the process is still very thorough in ensuring that, you know, we have the very best folks that are able to serve as guest teachers, but it's a great opportunity for people as well.
So, lastly, kind of talk about vaccinations. I really don't have a great update to give you. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer, by the way. No definitive information to give you at this time, but I can tell you that we're working with the Washoe County Health District. We're having continual conversations. Most of our employees have finished up the second shot of the vaccine in around the end of February. So if you add the 8 months to it, that would be around the end of October. Now, anybody watching the news right now knows that there's no definitive action being taking place right now on boosters, so we're just continuing to monitor the situation. Our initial conversations with the health district, we were going to kind of target that Nevada Day weekend to try to start boosters, but again, we're just kind of waiting to see what comes out of that. So we will definitely be back to give you an update when we have one.
Superintendent?
So I'll just give a couple of additional updates. We are trying to work with the county as well as with the health district. I've had conversations with the county manager. You know, they absolutely understand we need more testing within our community. It's a regional issue, it's a state issue, so we are trying to work with the county to see what we can do as far as expanding testing, not only obviously for our athletes, but for our general student population and then our staff as well too, because we know the quicker that we can turn tests around, hopefully the more quick that we can get students and staff back to either work or school. So that's happening, but it is an issue as far as lack of staffing. It is a staffing issue. It's not so much the test itself, it's the staffing to do the tests. And then as far as the president released their 6-point plan, the administration released their 6-point plan. We have our weekly COVID meeting. We're meeting tomorrow around that plan to take a look at it. And so if any of those changes do happen within the plan, then we will bring that back to the board as far as an update or any type of direction that I would seek from the board as far as vaccinations, testing, those types of things for that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Superintendent, and thank you to the staff. Do we have public comment on this item? Why don't we go ahead and take that?
Katie Kuntz? Kunze.
Kunze.
You knew I was going to be first.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Welcome, Ms. Kunze. Hey,
Hi.
pull that mic down a little bit so we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. For the record, my name is Katie Kunze. I am a third grade teacher here at Washoe County at Greenberry Elementary. My principal did not strong arm me to come. I'm here on my own. We're cognizant. I just wanted to share some stuff with you guys about what it's like right now in our classrooms with masks. And the kids are really, they're following the rules. We're giving a lot of mask breaks as a teacher. They're doing their best. And I just wanted to share that because I know in the past weeks there's been comments about we shouldn't have them, da-da-da-da-da. And you guys did not make that decision. And I want you to recognize that as a teacher and at what's happening at my school, we recognize that that decision was not made by you about the masks. But yeah, as teachers, we're giving as much mask breaks as we can outside. They're running around with them off. They're loving life out there. I also really like the idea of adding the testing to other students past and teachers past football. A lot of us are vaccinated, so that's not necessarily something we specifically need, but to those that aren't. And the additional hours, I really want to say thank you on behalf of our team at our school for that contact tracing. And I want to give a shout out to our parents who have been really great especially with being excluded and understanding their anger is not with us, but with COVID and like that part of it. So I just wanted you guys to hear that. So I thank you for your time and thank you for this.
Thank you, Ms. Coonsey, and thank you for your work in the school.
Victoria Meyer.
Ms. Meyer? Oh, there you are. Welcome, Ms. Meyer.
I just want to start with some new information here. Only 10 states have schools with mask mandates. 0.052%, less than 0.5% per 100,000 cases in Washoe County schools. 0.7% total active cases in all Washoe County schools, less than 1%. So, but what I want to talk about here is why are students and parents afraid to report harassment and abuse. I wanted to make you aware of 5 different examples here of parents that are afraid to come forward. Their children are being bullied. Are you aware? One classroom example we heard from a local parent was a teacher asking students to raise your hand if you're vaccinated. After working through the exercise of identifying themselves as vaccinated or not, the teacher then took the opportunity to rant about how the unvaccinated kids are, quote, ignorant idiots who are probably Trump lovers and doing this for political motives, unquote. Teacher then dismissed the entire class with, a quote, get the hell out of my room, you little jackasses. Washoe County School. Pull your mask up. You look like a Republican, one Washoe County teacher publicly told a high school student during class. This same teacher informs students they're going to, quote, die if they don't get vaccinated. Another teacher in the district openly blamed a student who, quote, absolutely refused to wear her mask properly, unquote, for a COVID outbreak in her class. The teacher spoke openly to the other students and parents that it was this particular student's fault. These kids were at risk. At the same Washoe County High School, kids are being notified that part of their grade is wearing their mask properly.
Can you get the mask up a little bit, Ms. Meyer? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Upon arrival to practice.
I know, I'm sorry.
Woo, an athlete reports the team was asked by the coach to identify as either vaccinated or unvaccinated. If you've had the vaccine, sit down, he said. After segregating the unvaccinated, the coach began to shame and guilt them. You'll have to get tested every week. You're affecting the whole team. If you're excluded, why are parents afraid to come forward with this? Here's my little star. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm anti-force and coercion. Do not coerce our teachers. Do not force our children. Then intimidate and allow them to be shamed through segregating them into the vaxxed and the unvaxxed. Are you fellow Americans of mine? Are you my fellow Americans? Then why are you allowing this kind of thing to continue? Why are we separating our children into the vaxxed and the unvaccinated? Are you becoming part of the bureaucratic ruling elite that seeks to reincarnate segregation by not blacks and whites, but vaxxed and unvaxxed?
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
Cindy Martinez.
Good afternoon, Board.
Welcome, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you. For the record, Cindy Martinez. This issue about COVID-19, I spent the morning at the County Commission, as some of you know. I'm the brigade leader for the Commission Brigade. I'm the brigade leader for the County Commission. And we've been speaking to the County Commission since December 15th about these COVID restrictions and everything. And I would agree that there is something that is sickening people. There's obviously some kind of infection that people are susceptible to. I can't disagree with that. What I do have trouble with, though, is the singular focus, as I spoke this morning, on the masking, vaccination, and social distancing. I think some of the things that people don't know is mainstream media, published media is not articulating. There's the misperception that the hospitals are being overrun and that there's a contagion in the street. And I can tell you, I've made a joke on social media about I haven't been able to sleep at night for all the ambulances picking bodies up out of the street, and I had to step over bodies leaving my house. Now, of course, you know that's hyperbole. That's not happening. But what we do know about that's not being publicized, and I don't know if you all know about it, but the hospitals that are being overrun and that there are no ICU beds available, it's because the staffing has been reduced. Nurses are either quitting or they're being fired. The same thing with respiratory therapists, as well as bedpan washers and people who are either moving. Are you all listening to me or just writing your notes? Please, thank you. The staffing has been reduced in the hospitals, and there are regulations that stipulate to how many nurses, the bed to nurse ratio. So if you have less staffing, your ratios are adjusted, you have fewer beds. So when they tell us on the 5 o'clock news that there aren't enough beds available, the ICU is overrun, it's not because there's an abundance of COVID patients, it's because the institutions, the medical institutions, cannot staff those beds. So let's be clear that there's information that's not being disseminated, and you have to go digging for it. And let's see. And also the problem that we have is that the county, the health district, and also here, I have never heard anybody talk about the prevention prophylaxis protocols that one can take to prevent catching COVID-19. Up your vitamin D, and I'm not a doctor, I don't play one on TV or in your living room either. But there are supplementation and there's abundant sources of information where you can educate yourself about that. And the government is remiss in forcing an EUA injection instead of educating people about what they can do to prevent getting sick.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Hello. So I want to say that I heard the message from President Biden said you have every company that have 100 employees or more has to require a vaccine. So I want to keep it clear. So I heard the comment about Steve Serkuna said the Washington County School District should get the vaccine mandate for employees. So I think we should have to think about reconsider as a vaccine mandate for all the employees, teachers, staff, administrator, all kind of stuff to get vaccinated. So we do know the Nevada system of higher education require all public university, including UNR and UNLV and TMCC and much more to require all those students, staff and administrator to get vaccinated by January, or are we not, or this will from second semester. So I do clearly do support to have a vaccine mandate for our employees and to get to curb our coronavirus cases. So as more people get the COVID-19 vaccine, the more you get back to normal and don't have to wear a mask, or parents who wanted to see her daughter or son to see their beautiful face and look at the teacher. Okay, fine, get the vaccinated, wear a mask, get vaccinated, and then that's it. And see her and take the mask when CUD tell you to. Okay, that's it. The COVID's over. So you could see the beautiful face on the child face. So I have a question for Paul Mamaka. So question number one is, if a student who have a curriculum have a Megan or horse dewormer, what's your response to that? And thank you.
Oh, she was correcting the name. Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Those are all the cards I have. The board received emails from Morgan Colbert, William Lynch, Kristen McAfee, and Jack Banks related to this item.
Thank you, JJ. Okay, we'll bring this back to the table. We see the superintendent's recommendation on the board. That's our current status. So we don't need to, if the pleasure of the board is to continue where we are, then no action needs to be taken, because this is our current situation. However, if the board, if desires to do something different, then that's something this is that time we can, this is an action item, so we can have that conversation now at this point. So Vice President Manetto, I saw you first, and then Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to thank you, too. This is not what you signed up for when you came to work for Washoe County School District, and I know that, well, that's true of our whole staff. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. Thank you, and thank the teachers, and thank HR, and it goes on and on and on and on. It's incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Manetto. Trustee
Thank you
Church?
for your institutional support. You guys have been in it just as much as we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. Vice President Manetto. Trustee Church?
Dr. Lamarca,
Could you turn your mic on, sir?
Got me, thank you. Dr. Lamarca, if I understand right, I'm looking at the COVID different graphs, one from the county, I think, one from a different one, the one you referred us to. So we're tracking significantly upward, say, since our last meeting, correct?
Since our last meeting, I think we're pretty flat.
Okay.
We're at a very high rate, though, so yes.
All right, because I'm looking at the one you referred us to. It says very high, risk is high and approaching critical. That's off the referral.
Right.
And then there's something called the COVID dashboard. And September 13th, 697 new cases, 7-day average 379. I mean, that puts us almost on par to some degrees with the very peak of the epidemic back in November.
Yeah, that is correct. So one thing I can share with you, on the COVID meter itself, we've been at the very critical level, so that second tick, for probably 2 weeks now in terms of the raw score, that 12.0. They don't turn that off and on a nightly basis. So even if we saw a decrease, it would wait a couple of weeks before they would reduce that down. But yes, you're right. That's what we've been talking about for the last, I'd say, 6 weeks, is we are rivaling where we were from November to early January.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm looking at June 28th when, I mean, I literally almost threw away my mask. I threw it in the back seat, and I'm like, I don't need this anymore. And now we're just off the chart. I mean, the chart just goes sky high. I don't know if you're the right person to ask, but at what point do you or the staff recommend that we close the schools?
I will take a shot at it. I think we are doing everything we possibly can to keep schools open safely. We know, and it's difficult to quantify, but we know that when we were out on full distance, even when we were out on hybrid, it was taking a toll. Isolation was taking a toll on the mental health and wellness of our students in particular, their families and staff. I am of the opinion that we have to be safe, and we want to exhaust everything possible in order to keep kids in school as much as possible. Now, I have 2 kids, and my youngest graduated last year, so I'm not in it like some of our other parents right now, so I might not be the best person to talk about that. I will, and this is just personal opinion, I think we have to remain cognizant that the economy as a whole is wide open. When we were shut down as a school district in the spring of 2020, the whole community was shut down. Right now, one of the primary reasons why we are trying to be just as precise as possible on exclusions is because of the toll it can take on families. So if we are excluding 3rd grade students that are 9 years old, their parents have to be home. So we are impacting the family as a whole. So I do think that we're doing everything we can to keep the schools open safely. That would be my personal recommendation and professional recommendation based on work with the health district, with our student health services. I can say it's taking a toll on our employees. Thank you, Trustee Manetto. Our principals are the ones doing a job they didn't sign up for right now, and they're doing it every day, and it's hard work. But I think by and large, they would respond in the same way. They would rather have the kids in schools safely than not. That was a lot of words. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. I think the superintendent wants to weigh in on that too before we get back to, okay?
And just to remind the board, the whole entire purpose of your response to recovery strategic plan, which you all adopted, one of those principles is to keep schools open for in-person learning, to what Dr. Lamarca was speaking to, because we know that in-person learning is for the best interests of students overall. And those protective factors, those mitigation factors as far as self-screening, vaccinations, masks, testing, social distancing where practicable, are all efforts, and HVAC systems, additional cleaning protocols. I'm trying to tick them off in my head, but all of those mitigation factors, washing hands, thank you very much, Michelle, washing hands, hygiene measures, all of those mitigation, that's a layered mitigation approach, and that's actually what's recommended from the CDC as far as the best way to keep our schools open. However, to Dr. Lamarca's point, I want to emphasize that this is an additional strain, but it's a strain for the right reason as far as keeping our schools open. But our principals are working, I would even say, at night on contact tracing and on the weekends. Our staff, Michelle Anderson, our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, they are embedded in our schools in order to help this out, but it's for the right reason to keep our schools open.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Dr. Nicolette, you would like to say?
Thank you. I absolutely agree. We can continue to design mitigation strategies until at such time it no longer works. And so far, I think I'm really proud of what we're doing. I still worry because I don't want anyone to suffer through this, but I'm on board with it. I do have a question about this chart here. Okay. I have a little concern, I have a big concern about the spike in 0 to 4 years of age. And so what I'm thinking about, I know it's a small population in our schools, but it is our early Head Start kiddos. Do you have any sense of how our little ones and teachers are being impacted? Because this is a rather large and steady growing spike.
Let me share it this way. So please remember that this particular graph is Washoe County as a whole. So it's all kids, not just ones within our learning environments. I do not have an exact answer for you tonight. That's something that I will try to put together, and I will get it to Superintendent McNeil, who can share it with the board. But I can tell you, because I'm working with the data on a case-by-case basis twice a week at least, we've had very few incidences in our preschool programs that are district-sponsored preschool programs. They're happening. There was one today where we had a preschool teacher that tested positive and has been excluded. And thankfully, Fridays there was no preschool, and then Saturday, Sunday there was no contact, so none of the kids had to be excluded. So, and that's a little different to what you're asking. That spike is countywide. I don't think that necessarily reflects a spike within our preschool programs, but I will try and hone that number down for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And the reason I
bring the microphone over if you can.
Yes, thank you. The reason I honed in on early Head Start was because I noticed in our president's what do we call it, that plan, that there was some very specific guidance for early Head Start, and that's kind of why I started there. But thank you for also adding our preschoolers.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Thank you. I want to make clear, first of all, I'm not advocating we close the schools. I'm just raising it as an issue because, again, if the sky is falling, then we have to address that. That said, we are washing our hands, we are wearing our masks, we are doing all those things that were articulated, and I recognize this is a Washoe County graph, not a school graph, but in spite of everything we're doing, countywide, you know, even whether you go into a Walmart and you wear your mask, we're spiking. I mean, I'm not smart enough to have an answer to what to do or how to solve it. I have my own opinion on masks, you know, that maybe they create a little bit of a false sense of security that relied on too much. But just my point is we're spiking. I mean, we're supposed to be doing everything we're supposed to do, everything the governor mandates us to do, and it ain't working and we don't know when it's going to end. That said, the fatality rate, the severity rate, the hospitalization rate is not what it was. But I'm just perplexed, and I'm just putting that out on the record.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Okay, I'm looking to my colleagues. Oh, Student Trustee Ivy, yes.
I just had one question. I meant to bring it up earlier, but there's been a lot of confusion amongst students with who don't play sports and want to get COVID tested if they're feeling symptoms, or maybe they know they've been exposed at home or something. I mean, if they've been exposed at home, they obviously shouldn't be coming to school. But if there's a fear that they do have COVID and wanting to go to their, it's the clinical aide or the nurse and saying that they want a COVID test. Some are saying, no, you can't get that COVID test. Others are just confused on how they can get that COVID test. So that's just my question.
What I can share is that's part of the reason why we want to extend testing availability to more students. So right now, with the Directive 048 and that mandate, it's specific to athletes and students that are participating in activities, athletics or otherwise, when they leave the county. So close contact sports, footballs every week, and then everything else when you're leaving county. It's a real issue that you're talking about. We're trying to extend testing, and to Dr. McNeil's point, apparently due to staffing availability, it's not super easy to get a test from a healthcare professional. You can often get a test from a CVS or another place, but it's going to be a home test, and while it may give you some information, very valuable information, it can't be used in instances of like returning to school out of exclusion or even kicking into sort of a contact tracing study. So it's difficult. We're trying to address that problem, and I appreciate what Dr. McNeil said as well. This is a community-wide problem. This isn't a Washoe County School District problem. Mm-hmm. We probably have more available testing than anyone right now. I can't say that with certainty, but we're testing a lot of students at this point and some staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee. Did that get your question answered? Okay. Thank you.
That's a great question, Ivy. And maybe one other thing I could just add to the conversation as well, so the trustees are aware of it. So while we're keeping our eyes very closely on everything that Dr. Lamarca is talking about, we're also keeping a very close eye on staffing within the schools as well, because we need to make sure our schools are safe. They're secure for our students as well. So we're closely monitoring that too to make sure we have enough teachers. Our administrators are in place, our ESPs as well. So there's a team of us that closely monitors just the actual staffing in a school building. And if our trustees might remember, that was something we've always been closely monitoring, but very much so last school year as well, when we were seeing more exclusions.
Thank you, Deputy Beiersdorf. Okay, I'm bringing it back here to the table to see if there's the pleasure of the board to do anything other than our current state. Again, the superintendent's recommendations was already approved by the board. So this is the time if there's a motion on the floor to do something different. Otherwise, then we'll go ahead and move on the agenda. Okay. Seeing none. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We know this is such a challenging moving, I can't even want to say target, just moving zone, just trying to land in, right? So thank you so much for your work, to you and all the staff. All the staff. Okay, so our current status is the same. Please go ahead. Jump out of here. Thank you. Drive safely. Okay, agenda item 4.01. Each trustee who would like to will have 3 minutes to provide some community with an update of your activities to the school district. Okay, and then just as a reminder, from an open meeting law standpoint, no discussion happens during that time. Okay, no discussion happens during that time. So, okay, so if someone has we took our students report kind of out of order, but that was okay. Okay, Vice President Minetto.
Yes, thank you. Well, I have had a delightful however many weeks it's been. I got to go to Mendive, had a wonderful visit. I got to go to Diedrichson, right around the corner, and that was a wonderful visit. And then I went to Kate Smith, the sweetest little tiny school. It's just a sweet little school. And then Dilworth, where Joel is, and that was fabulous. And then I went to, where are we? All right, I went to Sparks Middle School, Green Beret, and Moss. And then I went to, hang on, Lena Juniper and Drake. And then I have a couple more planned. And I'm very excited about the wonderful visits, as we all are. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel like a slacker. Ooh. All right. Any other trustee have board reports they'd like to? Okay, I see Trustee Rodriguez, and I think I see you leaning in Trustee Church.
Yes, I had 2 school visits since our last board meeting as well. Met with 3 of my neighbors in the area, and I also got an opportunity to visit the Northern Nevada Electrical Training Center, which I know they do have a lot of great opportunities. I know they've reached out to the school district to let students know that there's another course outside of college. You know, they can go straight to trades and union work, and a lot of their training actually also counts towards TCC college credits as well. So that was awesome. And Trustee Smith and I also got to speak with representatives from Awaken, and I know Superintendent, you're in the loop on that. And they deal with at-risk youth, and they actually have awesome awareness programs that can teach students or anyone really, you know, recognize dangers and stuff like that, and also how to recognize friends that might be in danger as well. So it's not all scary; it's just more of educational and just good stuff that can be taught. So, yeah, but been productive. All that with working too. So.
Yeah, it's hard to do when you're working, Stu. Right. Thank you, Trustee.
It's fire season, so.
Yeah. Oh, and it is still fire season. Been a little busy. Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. I'm going to deviate a little bit on my activities to report to the community because we won't have 2 more weeks until the next opportunity. I'm receiving emails already regarding the resignation of Trustee Calvert, asking me what did I know and when did I know it. And every trustee can answer that as they see fit, but I'm going to answer it now. Weeks ago, I was contacted by a citizen and or citizens about the possibility that Trustee Calvert had moved out of the district some time ago, not recently, but upwards of a year or 2 ago. And the information was not specific, and they also indicated they were following up on it. So I took them at that word. I waited about 2 weeks, and I felt ethically that I was obligated to report that to legal, to school administration, because I didn't understand legally if those votes would be invalidated and if there was any criminal matter involving a trustee accepting money when they had moved out of the district, accepting their stipend and their health care. So those concerned me regarding my ethical responsibilities, and I did report it to the administration and to legal. The persons that reported it got back to me at one point and said, oh, we think we made a mistake, and then shortly thereafter they corrected that. They said, no, we have strong evidence that she'd moved out of the district some time ago, and we've been in contact with the administration. They requested, did I contact legal, and I answered affirmatively that I had contacted legal. I didn't go into detail regarding any attorney-client communication there. I just confirmed that I had noticed it. And I had also done before that, an outside counsel confirmed that I could, as a client, do that, because under Nevada Revised Statute 49095 and 49105, it states, quote, a client has a privilege, blah, blah, blah. And under 105, the privilege may be claimed by the client. I'm not an attorney. I'm not subject to the bar restrictions on attorney-client, and therefore I believe that I acted ethically and appropriately in telling the reporting person that I had contacted legal without going into detail regarding that conversation. So that's the status of what I knew when I knew it was a few weeks ago, and after a couple weeks, and maybe I have a mea culpa or not for waiting that long, but the information at the time was vague, and then I did report it to the administration, and to legal, and felt that I met my legal obligations in that regard. And then things have transpired as we know they have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Anybody else have a board report they'd like to? Trustee Smith?
Thank you very much, President Taylor. I would like to start with what an honor it was to participate in Mr. Richard Clark's local government panel at Reno High School. I was joined with my colleague, Clerk Nicolette, and then other members of the city and county government, along with our local judiciary. And we talked with the students about our path to public service and answered their questions. I found that to be one of the most exciting and enjoyable things, is really getting into the schools and talking with the students, and particularly the unique path that Trustee Rodriguez and I have followed to this role. Immediately after that local government panel, that began my first official school visit that I undertook as a trustee, and that was also at Reno High School. And I was hosted by Principal Hackbush and also Area Superintendent Dr. Paul. And that was really an amazing experience. I loved the library. I loved the thoughtfulness with the way that they've maintained the character and the history of Reno High School while also modernizing it. And one particular program that I really loved was the Campus Supervisor Program, which I learned about, and that's actually funded through the Raleigh Grant. And the Campus Supervisor Program is really fantastic. They've got these wonderful gentlemen that are outside building these relationships with the students, keeping them safe as they cross the street, going for lunch. The pride of the location, the relationships that these campus supervisors have was just really so great and so strong, and it really adds so much to the school. And I really just wanted to acknowledge that because I think that that's a fantastic program. And it was wonderful to learn about it from Principal Hackbush. So I thank them very much for being my very first school. In addition to that official school visit, I will also mention that is where I got this mask.
I see.
And as I visit my schools, I'm going to start wearing all their gear, which I'm very, very proud about. In addition to my official school visit, I've also started attending the parent-faculty or PTA meetings where I am invited to those. And I was invited to Collin Ranch Elementary School and Swope Middle School, and it was a real joy to get to talk directly with those parents, just myself, learn about what it is that they need at the school, what's important to them for the start of their school year, and really get that direct connection to their staff and their families. So I really do appreciate those invitations. I have received other invitations, and I look forward to accepting those as I am able to. Also, beyond the topics that we've already discussed today, I'd like to acknowledge some email trends that I'm receiving around transportation zones and class size. So thank you very much for those of you who have sent that. And then I would like to end with just reiterating what Trustee Rodriguez said about the value of our presentation from Awaken. Very much appreciated learning about that organization and all the organizations that have reached out to educate us about the services they provide to our district and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. All right, Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you. Ditto on the Reno High School government class, the We the People, those, it's so heartwarming. Those kiddos are so sharp and they ask tough questions. And I will tell you that for me personally, it makes me feel joyous because the future is in good hands with students, and it was fun. I learned a lot, and I hope they learned a lot as well. I visited with Director Crane from Student Health Services because I really needed to understand, well, what Student Health Services is really doing and the complexities on a day-by-day, minute-to-minute basis. And it's not just about COVID. It's about feeding tubes. It's about diabetes. It's about so many things. And they're doing a yeoman's job. And I had a really good time speaking with Director Crane because clearly she's a wealth of information. And I think we could still be sitting there talking. We had a really good time. We initially both have a human development family studies background. I went into ed leadership. She then went into healthcare, and so it was just delightful. Hard working student health services folks. I had the pleasure of attending the Nevada Association of School Board members, and it was in Las Vegas. So I took a quick flight to and from, and it was the first time since I'd flown since December 2019. And I will be very honest with you, it was exhilarating and it was fun, and I was a little scared to death. It was just kind of like, yeah, we are sitting really close here, aren't we? But it was a good experience, and I will tell you that the school board, 17 school boards from around Nevada, are experiencing similar situations. We are experiencing parents and community members who provide us with excellent ideas and input, and some fears and concerns, and sometimes anger and confusion. And I will say that we may not always all be on the same page, but we certainly are in this together. Not always in the same ways, but we are in this together. And it was heartwarming to speak with my colleagues. And I'm going to begin serving in a K transition team meetings, because early childhood's a thing. Career in tech ed and early childhood, I kind of have the lifespan there. And I was asked to serve on the governor's early Council for Early Childhood Advisory, and I said yes, and I submitted my paperwork, and now it's up to the governor to sign it, and we'll see if I pass muster. I hope so.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. For me, just a couple of things. One is I have had this very similar experience. There's a call with school board presidents from across the country on a weekly basis, and some very similar conversations that you share with our state colleagues. Same thing, our colleagues across the nation experience some of the same things. So it's good to know. It's like, hey, we aren't in this by ourselves, and it's really, just all over it. So I love the way that you put it. So I wanted to share that. Only other thing I'll share is that obviously all of us know that Trustee Calvert, former Trustee Calvert, I can say now, resigned her position. That happened today, right? I learned about it on yesterday. And of course, the agenda was already out, so we can't take any action yet. Whatever actions we'll take will be made right here at this board table, right? We will decide what that process will be and calendar and all of that stuff. There's certainly kind of a model that's there, if you will. But we still get to, we still don't just plug something in. We take care of it here. And so it will be on the agenda in 2 weeks from now. And that will be on process, and then we go forward from there. So just to inform trustees who are actually on the other side, you'll remember that we had the meeting and talked about this is what goes forward, and you're probably looking to see what that will be, and we'll work really hard. It's really important for all the trustees to be available. We want to fill it as quickly as we can, of course, because we want that, we want those seats filled and full representation for those schools, those families, those students. We'll certainly follow all the protocols as we have before, and all the decisions will be made here. So just for the public who may wonder, okay, what's up, what's happening? That's it. That's we haven't missed a thing, because we haven't done anything yet. It's all pretty new, and but whatever those decisions, they'll be made right here. Okay, to answer that. And then one thing I want to say, just for colleagues, if there are times when, because we'll want to get this filled as quickly as we can, but certainly appropriately, if there are times when you'll be unavailable, out of town, whatever the case may be, and not able to attend a meeting at all, please let me know that so we can work, because this is really important, and we want everybody to be here. We had 2 at the same time last time, and I basically messed up your whole July. So thank you for making everybody made adjustments, so thank you. I think Trustee Church attended a couple of them on Zoom, not the first meetings, not the second one. So anyway, just kind of let me know what that might look like for you. The dates will not be final until we set them and send them, and everybody says, yeah, I can make it. Okay, because it's important that we have all the 6 of us able to participate in that, okay? All right, that's it for me. Superintendent?
All righty, thank you very much, President Taylor. So Deputy Beiersdorf and myself, we did a very nice visit up to the Incline schools last Friday, and so we spent some time with our new principal, Tierney Cahill, over at Incline High School, which was great, and then Principal Michaels over at the middle school. We couldn't stay too long with Principal Zimmerman, which was a shame, but we'll get back up there and walk around and visit the elementary. I want to do a shout out to Katie Weir, principal over at Glen Duncan. who sent us some great pictures, which we'll share with the trustees around the Glenn Duncan and Trainer, the ribbon cutting for the library. And it was super special because both Senator Cortez Masto and Senator Rosen sent representatives to the library, which was very nice. I was able to go over to AACT and walk around their art show. And I really appreciate the teacher, Rachel Robinson, inviting me over there. But if you haven't had a chance, they are now starting to display their art around AACT, which is really nice when you walk into there. That's the first thing that you see is student artwork. And the doctors that are in the room, we know that one of the unspoken rules is that when you get your dissertation, there is an unspoken rule that you pass that forward and you help others get their dissertation. And so I'm assisting Catherine Broughton, Reno High School teacher. She just passed her comp exams, and so I'm super proud of that. That's a highlight. You all know how important that is. So super kudos to Catherine. And then this Friday, Hers Middle School, even though they have been open for a long period of time, we are celebrating the ribbon cutting, the grand opening, even though it's already been open. But we're doing a ribbon cutting this Friday for Hers Middle School. And finally, somebody's a birthday girl in this room. And that's JJ Batchelder. So let's all wish JJ Batchelder a happy birthday.
All right. Happy birthday to JJ. We could not do this without you. You're amazing. You keep us on track. You know everything and you know where everything is. And truly just really appreciate you. I really appreciate you, JJ. Thank you. Yeah. 29, right? Yeah. Yes. Yes, got that straight. Okay. All right, you two. All right, that's it. Now we have our closing item, public comment. This is our general public comment period. And again, as a reminder, these are for topics that are not specifically addressed on the agenda. So this is our general public comment period. So please help me by not talking about things that we've already covered on the agenda, or I'm going to have to interrupt you and ask you to kind of get off of that agenda. You know, we've kind of been down that road before. So please help me with that, because this is your time. We want to hear from you. So I think we have some cards too, right, JJ?
Yes.
Okay.
Shelley Bradley.
Miss Bradley?
The board received emails from Pablo Nava Duran, Gloria Martin, Viola Guzman, Mary Lou, Brittany Brand, and Lindsay Radford Price.
I've never done this before. Do I just go? Okay, my name is Shelley Brunley, and I'm here to address all the parents and grandparents that are here today. Oh, I can't breathe, because I think most of us are here for the same thing, and that is we don't like what's being taught in our schools, the critical race theory, also known as social justice. You guys can put a pretty red bow on it and call it what you want, but we all know it's Marxism. We've heard the expression that it takes a village to raise a child. That could not be more true than it is today. We need to come together as a community and form our village before we lose our kids forever. I keep hearing people say that the school board is not hearing us, but unfortunately they are hearing us. They just don't care. When in history have you had 90% of a community come to a school board meeting and say we don't want that taught in our schools? And they do it anyway. We have the right to decide how our kids are educated and what moral values will be taught. And it won't certainly be by any of you with your political agenda, which has nothing to do, no place in the classroom. We're no longer sending our kids to school to be educated. We are now sending them to be brainwashed into the cult of Marxism and to be uneducated and completely dumbed down. We know this is true as they no longer teach cursive or history. Why don't they teach history? Because they don't agree with it. Who cares if they agree with it? It's our history, and our kids need to be taught about it so they can learn not only from their country mistakes, but the world's mistakes, so that history does not repeat itself. And please don't even get me started on with biology, because everyone in this room who has half a brain and any common sense knows you're born a boy or a girl. It is not unknown. But this is what they're teaching our kids. No wonder Nevada ranks among least educated states in the nation. I never thought that I'd be standing before a school board asking them to please not teach my granddaughter that she is a racist based on the color of her skin, or that one of her classmates will never be able to succeed in life based on the color of their skin. What message does that send to our children of mixed race? Social justice has no right to be taught in our schools. It is political. See, I'm running out of time. I would just like to say, I don't think the school board will do as we ask because I believe that their agenda is too strong for them to give up, and it is a very evil agenda. So unfortunately, I do believe we're going to have to take our kids out of school and do some homeschooling. This may be a challenge, but this is where we as a community come together and make the time and figure it out. In closing, like I'm moving it, sorry, as I run out of time. Okay, we are here to protect our kids. Right now, they need us to protect them more than ever, not only from peer pressure, bullying, or even drugs, but unfortunately need to protect them from the brainwashing cult that is now the Washoe County School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley.
Terry Donahue.
Welcome, Ms. Donahue.
Thank you. My name's Terry Donahue, and I have 4 grandchildren under the influence of the school board. The last time I was here, Ms. Taylor said several times that the superintendent works for the board and that her job is to follow through on its directives. So I know Ms. Taylor and the rest of the board understands the chain of command. With federal funding, outside funding like Intuit, the NEA, teachers' unions, and the gubernatorial directives, it might be confusing for all involved where the chain directs the board to look. That's how we get here with our 3 minutes and to beg unheard consideration at the end of a meeting. But the Declaration of Independence cuts to the chase when it clearly states that the governments derive their powers from the consent of the governed. Many children may never understand this because it's now more important that our children are taught to hate one another and concentrate on their body parts and what that means to them than learning to be sovereign, capable, and responsibly free adults. For those who don't think this affects them, understand that these children that this board warps today will be in charge of us tomorrow. And how's that going to look? The fight is now. We must fight now or suffer the consequences later. Many of us sacrificed to be here today because we're not willing to sacrifice our country, our state, our county, or our children to this agenda. And I feel that grandparents need to step up. They need to step in. We need to be grand. We're needed now. And I encourage all grandparents to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donahue.
Roger Edwards.
Welcome back, Mr. Edwards.
Well, good afternoon. Most of the things I'm going to say have already been said, so I'm not going to beleaguer it. I just want to take this opportunity to welcome the 2 new members. I also ran, but was not selected. But, it's, I want to, congratulate you for making the cut and extend my condolences for doing the same. It's not a fun job. Public service is never a fun job. You have to be driven by internal demands, regulations, whatever. And it's not easy when you take the slings and arrows of all of us, but you have to understand we're here for a reason. We're the grandparents, parents, great-grandparents in some situations, and we care. That's why we're here, waste our 4 or 5 hours in the afternoon. I could be sitting home watching football, and you guys could also. So public service is what makes the system work. And I thank you for being here. And you got to listen to the public. They're not wasting their breath. They have a reason for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Valerie Fiannaca.
Welcome back, Ms. Fiannaca.
Thank you. I'm going to go historical today. Miss Clerk Nicolette said there's 17 school boards around Nevada. And this is a fun fact for you. In 1957, the year of my birth, I'm older than I look, Washoe County had 17 school districts. Washoe County, not the state of Washoe. On 3/17/55, Nevada legislature passed a Senate bill 267 consolidating all counties into one district, everything in our county. So at one time we had 17 districts in Washoe County. I surmise that was a mistake, taking that many districts into one district. It consolidates too much power, and we see the result of it. Next, the philosophy of that new district that was formed was written in 1958. We believe the purpose of education in Washoe County School District is to develop each child to his intellectual capacity, to help each child through instruction. 1, to develop competency in the fundamental skills and tools of learning. 2, to apply these basic skills and tools toward the acquisition of knowledge and a desire for further knowledge. 3, to learn to think critically, evaluate with an open mind, and act with responsibility. 4, to use initiative and creativity. Further, we believe it is our obligation to assist with the development of those attributes which will encourage wise participation in our society, to help each child, 1, to recognize the worth and dignity of all honest work. 2, to develop an ability to choose and to become competent in a useful and satisfying occupation. 3, to attain optimum mental and physical health. 4, to understand and appreciate the home as the foundation of our society. 5, to develop ethical principles and attitudes so as to live and work in cooperation with others. 6, to understand, appreciate, and practice the responsibilities, duties, and privileges of citizenship. 7, to appreciate the spiritual and moral values of our religious traditions. 8, to appreciate the beauty of everyday life in the arts and nature. They were prescient. I think it would be of great value for us to go back and look at this mission statement that they had in 1958. It's what we need today. We don't need something progressive. We don't need something complicated. They said it all, and they said it with beauty and grace. It was wonderful. They summed it up perfectly, and it's all in your own records. I got that from the Washoe County School District website. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fiannaca.
Bev Stenjum.
She's gone? She's left? Okay.
Shannon Coley.
Welcome back, Ms. Coley. Let's get your mic on.
Okay. Hi, I'm glad that we're discussing the response to recovery today because I've spoken to multiple teachers who have said they are barely keeping their head above water this year. They are trying to shore up the gaps with their new students. They are spending most of their classroom time trying to help students that were 100% distant learners last year. They tell me they barely have enough time to teach basic math and reading lessons. They are outraged that the superintendent is prioritizing her valuable time for a supplemental material task force. Supplemental. How can this be where your focus is, they ask. Why are you spending any time or resources away from actual student recovery? This supplemental task force is an unnecessary diversion during a critical time in our school district. The teachers believe you have all truly lost touch with what they are dealing with in their classrooms today. They all have said their instruction time is sacred to them, and anything that is not vital to core curriculum cannot and will not be a priority. I spoke with a second grade teacher who said many of her kids are still at kinder level reading because they didn't participate in the required DL days of learning. They are sinking. Your response to recovery goals are extremely vague. Goal number 1.3 says you will provide and improve the pathway to college and career readiness by increasing this and increasing that, but with no plan to reach those said goals. No plan. Washoe County has multiple crises on their hands that require your full attention. No more critical than the teacher shortage, which is directly impacting many middle schools and high school students. The school district cannot seem to get their facts aligned either. Superintendent McNeil says, yes, there is a shortage, and the legal department claims there is 0 classrooms without teachers. We know one of them is misinformation. Goal 2, the recovery plan is similar to Goal 1. It says to increase, provide, improve personnel without any measurable action plan to achieve those goals. And 3, strengthen and recover the trust of the community. How do you think that's going? If you truly care about our students' recovery, then show them what is valuable and stop the unnecessary task force and focus on a substantive road to recovery for them.
Thank you, Ms. Kohler. All right, everyone, I'm going to ask you to keep the applause down if you would. You guys know the routine. Thank you.
Katie Kunze.
I'm sorry, what's your last name?
Kunze.
Okay, thank you.
Kunze. Yep, it's there. You'll learn it.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you again, Superintendent, President, Board. Thank you for having me, letting me come back for this second part. I first want to say I am appreciative that you understand it is hard right now as a teacher, as an administrator in our schools. I think, Dr. McNeil, I heard you say a couple weeks ago, you addressed that when someone asked you, let's have our principals do this, and you you literally were like, wait. So I appreciate you for recognizing the hard work that us teachers are doing. I don't know if I'm allowed to address them, but I'm going to kind of turn like this because I still am addressing you. I would like to invite, because I think there is some misrepresentation of what is actually going on in schools. I would love board members to come. I'm so sad I missed you at Greenbrae. Board members, I would love you. You're more than welcome to come visit my classroom. Public, I would love to open up my classroom to you and welcome you in there so you can see what is actually maybe being taught or happening, because I know we're hearing story from story, and I would like you to have firsthand experience. So if you would like to do that and come see what it's like in a third grade classroom, I more than welcome you. But as my time's running short, I'm here to celebrate some of the great things that are happening in our schools that we don't get to hear about. And we have admin right now taking care of other admin on leave. It's just amazing the support that people have just jumped in and helped out. I have seen teachers, yes, I have students below grade level, but I'm trying my hardest as an educator of not giving up. I'm pulling students from another class to come in for my guided reading or my activity, my phonics first group, to help support other students in other classes. We are working with them. We are trying. It is hard. I don't want to take it away from your friends. We can talk later. But I also want to say that my classroom is a welcoming place. My students know that in my classroom, they are loved. And I have seen that from other teachers in this district that I have talked to, right? That students have shared stuff about their sexuality, about their transition, that they have not felt comfortable to share with other people, and their pronouns and different things. That we are a family in our classrooms, at our school. I wish our community saw that we were also a family here, and we need to kind of work together a little bit more and have conversations, but to support our kids. They are the ones, their smiles. I wish you guys could see them every day. I'm so happy you guys make it out to see them, because I think that's my favorite time of this board meeting, is hearing when you are in the schools, working with those kids. It's night and day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kunze. And again, thank you for your work at Greenbrae.
Cindy Martinez.
Welcome back, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, ma'am. Board. For the record, Cindy Martinez. Boy, that just blew out of the water what I was going to say. What this young teacher just described was precisely why my parents took me out of public school in 1967. Because my teacher, Mrs. Connolly, was using me as a student aide to teach the other children. My parents recognized that the responsibility of the teacher was to instruct me. I was not the teacher. If I was a parent of those teachers that you're taking out of school, I would be all over that like a bad smell on something in the yard. Because those children are now being taken to to instruct other. That is not the role of this school district. That is wrong. That is wrong, and I hope that this information gets out to those parents, because those parents should know that their children are being shortchanged in their education. That's wrong. I want to talk a little bit about Israel being the most vaccinated country on the planet. They're now undergoing 3 shots, and now they're talking about the 4th shots. And so if you look at the graphs, if you're looking at information, if you're looking for the truth and actual facts, the infection rate in Israel, COVID, 4th wave, 17th wave, whatever it is, it follows precisely the vaccination rate in Israel. And if you look
Ms.
at,
Martinez,
I think Iceland...
I'm sorry, if you can pause the clock if you want to. This is not the COVID item, and we've already discussed that. Remember, this is for items we haven't discussed on the agenda.
I'm making
already.
a general comment, and the Constitution does not police content, and I would ask you respectfully to allow me to speak freely and don't impinge on my time.
Well, no, what I would say, Ms. Martinez, is that these are for topics not specifically addressed elsewhere in the agenda, and we've had I just want to be consistent, and we've had and that it's on the agenda. We've done
You're
it. You're
using my time, ma'am.
No, I've asked her to pause your time.
Okay.
No, I've asked her to pause your. I wouldn't want to use your time. I announce this, and I just ask everyone to just respectfully just be consistent with. I'd appreciate it if you would.
I would, you know what, that's a reasonable request, but we know historically by watching and attending meetings that you are historically inconsistent in interpretation and in application of the rules that are imposed here, so please do not interrupt me again. Yeah. I'm a 60-year-old woman. My mother lives 500 miles away. Please do not speak to me like that again. I would say about Jacqueline Calvert, I was looking at Channel 4, the notice about her. It said, Washoe County School District Trustee Calvert resigned, says she didn't realize she'd moved out of the district. Now, I've been researching offices that I might want to run for, and I have been very diligent about looking at the district lines and where they line up. So I would say that either she's, if she's in error, it's an inaccurate statement, or if, to me, I would think it's manifest evidence that she is not, that people like that are not fit for office. If you don't know where you live and your responsibility and scope of duty, you've got no business being in an elected office.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Melanie Sutton.
Welcome, Ms. Sutton.
Good evening. All right, I'm going to, Victoria Myers wasn't able to continue her thing, so I'm going to go ahead and continue for her. At another school, an assistant coach took it upon herself to circle up the team and go one by one, asking each athlete not only if they were vaccinated, but what vaccine they received and when. When a student asked the assistant coach if she could legally be asking private information in a group setting, her reply was, "This is a public issue. I can ask who I want and when I want." Later to the team, the assistant coach stated, "I wish I could just force the vaccine." Our kids should not be bearing the weight of these mandates, the political views of their teachers, or the pressure from their peers, knowing their personal medical information. Our children should be able to learn in an environment free of bullying and shaming. So we've given you 5 examples of severe and can't say it right now, harassment, but they are afraid to come forward. Oh, I missed that part. Why are our parents afraid to come forward and report this abuse? This is the elephant in the room. Now that you are aware, your job is to investigate the 5 examples of harassment of our unvaccinated students. And along with what Victoria said, 0.052% of the children in Washoe County School District test positive. 0.052. So you're doing all of this. You're making the poor principals, teachers, having to enforce these vaccines for 0.052%. Did you do this for the flu?
Ms. Sutton, we're not on the COVID item anymore. You were talking before about
Okay,
harassment in the
it's-
classroom, and I certainly allowed that, but now we're talking about, I just
Which
want
has
us
to do with the harassment. What you guys are doing to these children is ridiculous.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
Rooping Sun.
I'm sorry, say again?
Rooping Sun.
Mr. Sun.
Last name is S-U-N.
Sun, yes, sir.
Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Sun.
Hi. Regarding brainwashed children, there's two fundamental questions. Number one, is brainwashed children effective? Number two, at what age brainwash shall start? Let me share with you my own story. This is 1965, during the Cultural Revolution time in China. I was 5 years old. My kindergarten teacher told us, capitalism is bad, socialism is good, the past is bad, therefore we must destroy temples, museums, libraries, and the police system, and the law and the order. It's like here, cancel culture, and defund police. But I was only 5. I have no clue about those terms. Luckily, my teacher provided some examples. She said to us, American is the leader of capitalism. Their lifestyle is horrible, it's bad, including perfumes, makeups, good clothing, good food. That's bad, horrible. So I was 5, I went home, straight to my mom's table. I pick up one bottle of perfume, my mom's perfume. I opened it up, I dump into the drain. That was my first Cultural Revolution action when I was 5, right after the brainwash session. So conclusion is, brainwash children is very effective, very powerful. Conclusion number 2, you should start with brainwash children as early as possible. That works. That's all, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sun.
John
Once again, I'm just going to ask you to please keep the report. We almost got through the meeting. Hang in. We're almost there.
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito, welcome back.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I have 2 kids left in the district. You can find 1,500 of us on our private Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. You can also find us on the web at protectnevadachildren.org. This site focuses on the most massive database ever created on human beings, Infinite Campus. Last month, Pearson Education was fined $1 million by the United States Securities and Exchange Commission because of the 2018 Ames Web data breach, which affected over 114,000 current and former Washoe County School District students. Here's 3 articles for public record and for the board. Basically, Pearson misled investors about the data breach, resulting in the theft of millions of student records. Then, Washoe County School District downplayed the data breach. On September 24th, the district staff reported to this board on what data was breached. Quote, first and last names and some birthdays. No other information was compromised. Pearson was at fault, end quote. The staff was wrong. Additional information breached included usernames, passwords, email addresses, and student IDs. The district never gave parents the additional information, nor did they tell parents that because of the data breach, student data was placed for sale on the dark web. Does the district know if anyone bought the student data, and more importantly, how that may affect the future of our children? Pearson is not the only one at fault because the district contracts and pays Pearson for these services. Washoe County School District still pays Pearson handsomely for many products, i.e., a few months ago, this board voted to pay Pearson over $415,000 to, quote, be the only full-distance learning model option for the 2021-22 school year, end quote. When it comes to protecting student data, Pearson is the worst choice. Google Pearson education data breaches and you'll see exactly what I mean. What do the 75 people in the district's IT department do? Pearson is only one of the 266 outside agencies the district identifies as a school official. So, the SEC is concerned about Pearson misleading investors, but who is concerned about Washoe County School District misleading parents? Our children's most intimate data is in the hands of hundreds of schools officials like Pearson. Is anyone responsible to determine how this may affect the future of our children? I'm pretty sure the answer is no. You can find us at Facebook, Protect Nevada Children, and you can find us at protectnevadachildren.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
You're welcome.
Victoria Meyer.
Welcome back, Ms. Meyer.
I want to thank the gentleman who grew up under Mao in China for sharing the information that he had, because today, folks, that is what we are facing in our country. We are facing a radical move towards socialism as a good idea, socialism moving into tyrannical ways of being in our country, and right here in Washoe County. The segregation that's going on that I addressed before, basically, folks, ask yourself if you're doing the job for the students and the parents that you were elected to do. And the election part means that you represent the parents, that you represent the voters. And I don't hear a lot of support for the decisions that have been being made here. We have 450 active cases per Washoe County School District website. I could go down the list per school. It's all on your website, the COVID recovery response for 2021. Out of 64,000 students, maybe it's less now because I know a lot of parents have pulled their kids out and more will continue to do so. So that represents less than 1%, as Melanie pointed out, less than half of 1%. Cases. That doesn't speak to illness or anything like that, just positive cases. Less than 0.5% of Washoe County students have this infection. So what are you folks doing? What are you doing? Masking them up. Only 10 states have mask mandates for students. Why are we one of them?
Ms. Meyer, that was already an agenda item.
And, who are you? Are you supposed to be responsive to us? Or, as is happening across the country in the bureaucratic state, are you beholden to those who claim authority over you? Those who hand down the commands of force and coercion regarding so-called mandates, those who pass out favors, fatten wallets, and make or break your careers. Some of you are paid pretty well and lots of benefits. Are you beholden to them?
If you can get
or
that
are you going to
mask
do
up,
what
too.
you were elected to do? And that's represent the people. You're not listening to anything anyone says month after month here. You're not listening. Are you going to sit silent as fellow American citizens to what is happening in our country today? Are you going to sit by silently, or are you going to stand up? Speak up and do the right thing for this country, for this county, for our students.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
When will you stand up?
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Once again, we're almost at the end of the meeting.
Applause is allowed.
Kathy Kennedy Reyes.
Welcome, Ms. Reyes.
Hi, good afternoon. I'd like to first say thank you to the men and women in blue. We appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being there for us. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks. Kathy Kennedy Reyes, and today I self-identify as a superintendent of the school board. So can you make room for me at the table? What seat do I take?
Can you pull that mask up? Thank you.
It's up, Angie. It's up, and it's choking the bejeebers out of me.
I understand. Look, ma'am,
Stop the clock. Stop the clock.
sorry,
Stop
I'm
the
on-
clock. Stop the clock. Give me my seconds back, please. You're interrupting me. I don't appreciate it. Okay? I'd like to make room at the table. I self-identify today as a superintendent of the school. Do you see how silly that is? And so that was just a point I wanted to make. The other point is, since we lost a year of school because we're playing with the BS that they're feeding us, that fear tactic, so they can manipulate the voting as they're trying to manipulate it now in California, we're probably going to try and lose another year of schooling. So I'd like to know what the board is planning on doing to increase the grades, to increase the amount of the grades and the level that we're still at. We're wasting our time in these meetings and we're debating all these other social justice issues. Why are we not back with traditional education? We're still with the low school grades. Why? What are you guys doing spinning your wheels talking about social justice classes? And again, where's my seat? I don't see anybody moving. I'm waiting. Is somebody going to make room for me? I self-identify right now. And to address one of the members, and I won't give her credit for her name, she visited the schools when you guys were talking, visited the schools. She didn't report what she did. She didn't report what they're doing to increase test scores, the graduations. She didn't say that. She just visited the schools. And one little school was so cute. She visited. What was her progress report? She didn't get back with us, the public that's here, that's concerned, about what they're doing to improve test scores, what they're doing to make up for the year that those kids lost. She didn't give us that report card, but she visited the schools. Jiminy Crickets, I pass a lot of schools on my way to the grocery store. You know, can I consider that a visit? I'll wave to them. Hey, Mendive, Reed, Sparks, I'll wave to them. Does that constitute a visit? What, did she just walk on campus, check out the school, look around? Yep, there's a lunchroom, and walk off.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes.
Thank you. Can I get my seat?
Donald Gallimore, Sr.
I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind, please keep the applause down. I know you're doing it intentionally. I would appreciate that. JJ, whose name was that?
Donald Gallimore, Sr.
Mr. Gallimore?
Hello, everybody. Don Gallimore Sr. here. Watching this sideshow is unreal. We've been out of it for about a year and a half. How's everybody? So much going on. People don't know who I am. I'm a citizen lobbyist, and I created the multicultural curriculum, AB 234, with Harvey Mumford, Assemblyman, and the help of Michelle Fiore, and we only had it to be a history, 15 minutes every other social studies class. CRT, critical race theory, is an unfounded, it's non-existent theory. There's no such thing as critical race. There's race theory, and critical theory is more or less the same thing. So it doesn't exist. So anybody who is against or for critical race theory is out of their minds. The other thing is that the masks, I won't traverse that. The .05 incidents especially not even including deaths. BIPOC people, black, indigenous, and people of color, hate vaccines more than anyone, even evangelical white men. And the brainwashing that Mr. Sun mentioned is so apparent when in the Bible, Jesus and God are people or spirits of hair of wool and hands of bronze. So they're idolaters and blasphemers, so that's sad. But the other thing is that the main thing is what Mr. Eppolito and I have been working on since a lot of these people are in diapers. And that was the data collection. That is our biggest security threat. It has been for years, ever since Pearson headed the Common Core NE ESSA. Every student succeeds. This is something that should be first priority for this board, for any board. And I'm kind of tired. Mr. Eppolito is saying, let's continue to put the pressure on, but I'm inclined to say, let's get ready to sue Pearson. And I know that...
Thank you, Mr. Gallimore. I'm sorry, sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Petra Niederberger.
Is this Niederberger?
I knew you would ask me that.
I'm sorry.
Yes. No, it's fine. It's Niederberger.
Niederberger. I just want to get your name right. Niederberger.
I know. It means something like a person who lives low on the mountain. So no association with beef patties.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, welcome, Ms. Niederberger.
Well, thank you very much. President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, fellow members of the community. My husband and I have recently begun to attend school board meetings, either in person or virtually, and I've listened with interest to the exchanges between the trustees, the presentations of the department leaders, and the comments by the public. Since this is my first rodeo in the arena of the school board, I would like to start with a few positive comments before I address some of the great concerns that I share with other members of the community at a later date. I've been impressed with the courage of so many community members who have spoken their minds in these meetings, even when they knew their viewpoints to be in the minority. Also reflected in the many well-researched public comments are the engagement of and the effort put forth by attendees. I have also begun to appreciate the many hours required by you, the trustees, to educate yourself about the agenda items, to read and respond to the many emails you receive. Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Thank you, President Taylor. And to spend time in the schools of your district. Also, I appreciate the trustees who bring those parents' concerns into the discussion that are unable to attend these meetings. The trustees that stand out in this regard are Trustees Church, Trustee Rodriguez, and Trustee Smith. I would be remiss if I did not give a big thank to the birthday girl, JJ, who has patiently and promptly responded to my numerous questions and provided me exactly the information I needed. Through my attendance here, I've gained an appreciation for what it means to listen to opposing viewpoints without being able to respond to them. I've learned to convert verbal opposition to decisive frowning. That said, I think a town hall meeting that would allow for an exchange between the school board and the community could be of great value, as has mentioned by other members before. Understandably, emotions often run high during the public comments period. And I must say that I'm shocked by the hostility that some of the community members show this board and by the disrespect that is contained therein. Yet I maintain hope, perhaps naively, that as long as people are willing to listen to each other, solutions are possible. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Niederberger.
Kristen Shates.
Welcome, Ms. Shakes.
Hi, thank you. I teach third grade at Greenbrae Elementary, and I also want to bring more positiveness to this meeting. First of all, I want to say thank you very much to you guys for being there for us. As a teacher, I feel like I can come and speak my mind and say what I need to say, and that you guys are there for me. A year ago when we started school, it's very weird talking to tall people. You guys are not as like my third graders. But a year ago, Krista McNeil came to my classroom door on the first day of school and poked her head in and said, "Do you need any help?" And thank you for that. All hands on deck. It's been awesome. I love the support that we have. It's just been utterly amazing. I feel so blessed to work in this district. I've worked in 2 districts in California. I've taught at Catholic school, and I've always felt like Reno was my home. And so to be here and be teaching in this district is amazing to me. I love teaching at Greenbrae. I've been there since my 5th year, and I can't imagine teaching anywhere else. And I couldn't do that without your guys' support. The fact that we were back in school last year in August, when all my colleagues in California were still doing distance learning, was utterly amazing. Yes, there are gaps. Yes, we are working, excuse the expression, but we are working our asses off to get those students up to par. We're working with our students. We're working with our colleagues to make sure that our students are getting what they need. And to go back to something that was said, that Katie said earlier, and that was misrepresented, we don't pull students to teach other students. We work together, we collaborate as teachers so that we can group students appropriately, so that they are placed in reading groups, so that they're getting the things that they need. She pulls a student that has been in the United States since December from my classroom and pulls her into a Phonics First reading group so that he can have the exposure that he needs so that he can become a reader and become educated in the United States. That's how we help each other. It's not students teaching other students. It's teachers working together to be sure our students are getting what they need. I'm very impressed with what's going on in the district right now. It's just not an easy time. I totally feel blessed to be here. I'm a parent of a transgender child that is now at grad school in San Francisco, and I can tell you right now that what we're doing in terms of the SEL, that's how I like to refer to it, in our classroom, is making our students better humans, and they're able to communicate and be better to each other. It's reducing our bullying. It's making them more understanding of the differences that we just see every day in our classroom, and it helps them work together, and they collaborate wonderfully. So again, thank you so much for being there for us, and I love working for you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Shakes, and thank you for your work at Greenbrae.
Thank you.
Those are all the cards I have.
Okay, thank you, JJ. Okay, everyone, that concludes our meeting. Our next meeting is September 28th, right here, 2 p.m. Thank you all for coming and staying and sharing your public comments. Have a safe evening.